he did mention that the assassin has been caught, and obviously they will now uh, ascertain what's really was the motive. But he did say that this will not deter him from the work that he's doing, whether on war on Iran or any other thing that he does as a president. I would say that for a global leader to stand up today, in view of the fact what has happened, is a commendable thing to do. And, so this is one. Second thing, what I gathered from people within the room, everybody was there. In fact, next to me was Marco Rubio, who Secretary of State. He was standing, Pete Hegseth, the Homeland Secretary, the First Lady was there in a room, and I can show you right here, it's a small press room here, and only some of us were allowed to get into it. But it demonstrates one thing from here on, that one, whatever postmortem has to happen will happen. But he did commend the Secret Service. And I would also say that because, I was evacuated myself along with my wife. We were there inside that dinner, not too far away from where the president was sitting. That they did a fine job. And the fact that this shooter was not allowed to get inside the room, they shot at him and detained him just outside the secure area of the ballroom where this dinner was happening. And that, prevented a big tragedy or a big incident from happening, because there were almost 2,600 guests inside the packed room, which included the who's who of the U.S., which included almost, I would say 80% of the U.S. cabinet, senators, congressmen, media people. So I would say the fact that I'm talking to you, that I'm alive, President, and all those who are alive, is because of the fact that these brave security personnel of the Secret Service and obviously the NPD, which was providing the outer cover, acted swiftly and were able to prevent this gunman from entering inside the secure room where the dinner was happening and the president was there.
Okay, that was our consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla, who happened to be right there when the shooting took place. So he was getting us a first-hand account of what happened. We're taking a short break, Nayan, right now, and all our viewers. After holding talks with Oman's Sultan, Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is back in Islamabad.
Also coming up after a short break, Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati's High Court order, which denied his anticipatory bail plea.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved it.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because
the shooter who attempted Trump assassination at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to face the court today.
After holding talks with Oman Sultan, Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi visits Pakistan again.
Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati High Court's order which denied his anticipatory bail plea.
AAP submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit party.
India and New Zealand to sign FTA today. Deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. Hello viewers, we are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and I have my colleague Nayan with us. Nayan,
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Nayan, and good morning to all our viewers. Nayan, we have a lot in this show and we'll put our focus on all the political developments. And let's not forget that the phase 2 of West Bengal polls is also not too far away.
Not too far away. 29th April is when the second phase starts. But before that, we have the Aam Aadmi Party taking on to the headlines.
Yes, that's right. Let's take a look at what's happening when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party. So Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh said that he has submitted a petition to Rajya Sabha Chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan seeking the disqualification of 7 party MPs who recently quit the Aam Aadmi Party and announced their merger with the BJP.
In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha member also said that the party would pursue legal action in the matter if needed, alleging that the move by the 7 MPs violated the anti-deflection law. More in this report.
Days after being jolted by the sudden exit of its 7 Rajya Sabha MPs, the Aam Aadmi Party has petitioned the Rajya Sabha's chairman, Vice President C.P. Radhakrishnan, to terminate all the members who quit the party and joined BJP. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh said that a petition was submitted seeking the disqualification of 7 party MPs. Singh claimed that the move by the 7 Rajya Sabha MPs amounted to defection as it was against the provisions of the anti-defection law. AAP claimed that the MPs were elected to Rajya Sabha on an AAP ticket but later decided to leave the party and joined BJP. The political crisis within the AAP triggered a sharp legal and political dispute over the validity of the move and its implications under the anti-defection rules. Among the MPs named in the controversy are Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak, Ashok Mittal, Harbhajan Singh, Rajendra Gupta, Swati Maliwal and Vikramjit Sahni. Chadda has suggested that the departure stemmed from disappointment, disengagement and disgust within the party.
A political storm continues to intensify in the Punjab following the dramatic exit of senior AAP leaders to the BJP. Now, in the fresh twist, Rajya Sabha MP Harbhajan Singh's security cover has reportedly been withdrawn by the Punjab police, only to be partially restored with central forces stepping in.
That's right. This comes amid massive outrage on the ground with the Aam Aadmi Party workers taking to the streets, branding the former party leaders as traitors and targeting their residents. Now, with allegations of political vendetta, security concerns and a widening war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, the crisis is now spilling beyond politics. Here's more on that development.
In a fresh development, Punjab police has reportedly withdrawn the Y+ security cover of Rajya Sabha MP and former cricketer Harbhajan Singh, 2 days after his switch from AAP to the BJP. Sources say nearly 9 to 10 personnel were removed, even as CRPF personnel were later seen deployed outside his Jalandhar residence. The move comes amid escalating protests, with AAP workers targeting homes of rebel MPs, including Harbhajan Singh, Ashok Mittal and Rajinder Gupta. Angry protesters spray-painted "traitor" on their walls, accusing the leaders of betraying Punjab's mandate. The political fallout follows the dramatic exit of Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak and 5 other MPs, leading to a 2/3 split of the Aam Aadmi Party. Chadda alleged that Aam Aadmi Party had deviated from its core principles and values, while Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann hit back, calling the MPs traitors.
जिस आम आदमी पार्टी को मैंने अपने खून और पसीने से सींचा और अपनी जवानी के 15 साल दिए, वो आम आदमी पार्टी आज पूरी तरीके से अपने सिद्धांतों से, अपने मूल्यों से, अपने कोर मॉरल और वैल्यूज से भटक चुकी है। और अब ये पार्टी देश के लिए नहीं, देश के हित के लिए नहीं, बल्कि अपने पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम कर रही है।
AAP has accused the BJP of orchestrating a party split, while the BJP maintains the leaders left voluntarily. With security concerns, street protests and political mudsliding intensifying, the crisis marks a major flashpoint in Punjab politics and in what happens to Aam Aadmi Party next.
And before we take you through other developing stories that are coming in of the day, let's also take you through the top national stories of the day. Let's get started.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Sikkim today and tomorrow to mark the state's 50th year of statehood, where he is set to attend the closing ceremony in Gangtok and launch multiple development projects worth over 4,000 crore rupees, including sectors of infrastructure, connectivity, healthcare and tourism, aimed at boosting holistic growth in the state.
Security has been intensified in parts of West Bengal ahead of the second phase of assembly elections, with central forces conducting checking drives near key locations like Howrah Bridge and railway station to ensure smooth, free and fair polling scheduled for April 29th.
Now, a massive fire has broken out at a dumping ground in Kalyan in Maharashtra's Thane district, with multiple fire tenders deployed at the site and officials confirming that the efforts are underway to douse the flames after the blaze reportedly reignited despite earlier containment attempts.
Rajasthan continues to reel under severe heat wave conditions, with areas like Jaisalmer and others witnessing soaring temperatures, as the IMD warns that extreme heat is likely to persist across several northern and central states, with the temperatures remaining significantly above normal levels. Okay, so Nayan, as we were discussing earlier, just a few more days left before those crucial phase 2 of West Bengal polls. It's a very crucial election there, and West Bengal is now gearing up for a decisive political showdown as the state heads into the second phase of the elections. April 29th is the day to remember. With just 2 days to go, campaigning has hit a fever pitch, and all major political parties are making their final push to woo the voters. We bring you a series of updates from West Bengal.
Indeed, Shivangi, after this high voltage first phase that was witnessed a record participation. The stakes are now even higher, with this phase expected to play a crucial role in deciding who governs the state for the next 5 years. Let's take you through everything that we've tracked so far.
Just 2 days from now, on 29th April, West Bengal will head to the crucial second phase of the assembly elections. With polling day fast approaching, political campaigning has reached its peak across West Bengal. After the historic decisive mandate that was witnessed in the first phase of the polls, political parties are leaving no stone unturned to woo the voters for the second phase of voting in Bengal. In its final Bengal push, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a scathing attack on ruling TMC, accusing Mamata-led government of betraying its founding slogan of Ma, Mati and Manush.
अगर मां, माटी और मानुष की याद दिलाएंगे तो इनके पाप सामने आ जाएंगे। टीएमसी की निर्ममता ने मां को रुला दिया, माटी को सिंडिकेट और घुसपैठियों के हवाले कर दिया और बंगाल के मानुष को पलायन के लिए मजबूर कर दिया।
Addressing an election rally in North 24 Parganas, PM Modi also claimed that the outcome of the first phase of polling had dealt a blow to the ruling party's confidence.
पहले चरण में टीएमसी का अहंकार टूट गया है। अब दूसरे चरण में बीजेपी सरकार की प्रचंड जीत पक्की होने जा रही है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah also addressed a crucial election rally in Ranaghat, Dakhin amid the intense BJP versus TMC contest led by Mamata Banerjee.
4 मई को भाजपा सरकार बनने वाली है। इतने सारे दीदी लोग बैठे हैं, मेरी बात सुनकर रखना। मई महीने के बाद बंगाल के हर दीदी माता बहन के अकाउंट में हर महीना 3,000 रुपया भाजपा सरकार भेजने वाली है।
Union Minister and BJP leader JP Nadda also held a road show in Bhatar Assembly constituency. As the high-stakes battle is confirmed in Bhabanipur constituency between West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC leader Mamata Banerjee and BJP's Suvendu Adhikari. TMC leader Mamata Banerjee in her home constituency led a Padyatra amid Bengal poll heat. As leaders are giving a final push to sway voters in West Bengal, the high-voltage campaign for the second and final phase of the assembly elections in the state concludes tomorrow.
Tensions escalated in West Bengal just days ahead of the crucial second phase of assembly election, with political rivalry spilling on the streets. In Havra, a BJP roadshow led to candidate Umesh Rai turned chaotic after clashes broke out between BJP and the Trinamool Congress supporters.
That's right, Nayan. You know, the confrontation reportedly began over aggressive sloganeering as TMC supporters raised the slogans, Joy Bangla, that's what they said. And the BJP workers countered with another slogan, Jai Shri Ram. Now, this entire situation escalated, and as tensions escalated, central forces had to intervene, resulting, we saw that it was a big update in terms of bait and charge as well. They had to use bait and charge to disperse the supporters and bring the situation under control. More in this next report as we track what is happening ahead of the second phase of the West Bengal elections.
Just days before the crucial second phase of the polling in West Bengal, tension is already escalating on the streets. A BJP roadshow led by candidate Umesh Rai turned chaotic. clashes erupted between Trinamool Congress and BJP supporters over aggressive sloganeering. What began as a show of strength quickly escalated into confrontation, turning the political battleground into a scene of unrest. As the roadshow passed a TMC election office on GT Road, TMC supporters raised their poll slogan Joy Bangla, which was countered by BJP supporters chanting Jai Shri Ram.
देखिए बंगाल स्वयं को वोट कर रहा है। बंगाल अपने आप को बचाने के लिए वोट कर रहा है। बंगाल बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों से बचाने के लिए वोट कर रहा है। तो ये बंगाल, ये आक्रोश, ये ज्वालामुखी जो फट रही है, ये बंगालियों की है। ये बंगाल वोट कर रहा है 92%। बंगाल अपना परिवर्तन स्वयं तय कर लिया है, कोई नहीं रोक सकता। लेफ्ट ने दबाया, बर्बाद किया, टीएमसी ने बर्बाद किया, लूटा खसोटा। अब बंगाल अपनी आजादी खुद कर रहा है। ये बंगाल ने हमेशा क्रांति दी है भारत को।
The BJP roadshow was led by Ravi Kishan in Uttar Havra when TMC workers allegedly entered the procession and created disturbance. The exchange escalated into an altercation between two groups, resulting in a scuffle. Central forces then resorted to a baton charge to disperse supporters of both BJP and TMC. The second phase of the West Bengal Assembly polls will be held on April 29th and counting of votes will be held on May 4th.
And finally, with just hours before the silence period kicks in West Bengal, top leaders are crisscrossing the state, making a final push to sway the voters, putting in their best efforts.
Yes, they are. In fact, after the record breakout in the phase 1, the stakes are getting even higher, with key battlegrounds set to vote on April 29. Here's a full report and everything we know so far.
West Bengal heads into a high-voltage final weekend of campaigning as parties make the last push ahead of the second and final phase of polls. With voting for the remaining 142 seats scheduled on April 29th, today marks the final opportunity for leaders to reach out to voters. Campaigning will end at 6 p.m, following by the mandatory 48-hour silence period before polling day. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is leading from the front, holding roadshows and rallies across Kolkata and South Bengal in a bid to retain power. On the other side, the BJP has deployed its top leaders, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah spearheading an aggressive campaign. Key issues dominating the final leg include law and order, infiltration, development, and the big battle of change versus continuity. The second phase will cover crucial regions, including parts of Kolkata, Howrah, and Hooghly, making it a decisive round in the 294-seat battle. Earlier, Phase 1 recorded a massive turnout of 93.19%, one of the highest in the state's history, setting the stage for an intensive final showdown. With counting scheduled for May 4th, all eyes are now on whether this final push will tilt the scales in Bengal's high-stakes electoral battle.
Shivangi, let's also take you and look through the other developments that are coming from all across the globe. Now, a deadly terror attack has shaken southwestern Colombia after a powerful explosion ripped through a highway, killing at least 14 and injuring dozens, including children.
That's right. The blast targeted a passing bus in the Pan American Highway in a region already witnessing a surge of violence linked to armed dissident groups. Now, with over just 24 attacks reported in just 2 days, the escalation has raised many concerns over security and the fragile peace in the region. More in our next report.
A devastating explosion tears through a busy highway in southwestern Colombia. At least 14 people killed and nearly 40 others injured, including 5 minors, as a bus passed through the Pan American Highway in Cajibio. Authorities say the blast was caused by an explosive device targeting civilians in a conflict-hit region.
Pero quiero decirlo que es una acción terrorista clara de las estructuras del Morisco y de la Jaime Martínez contra la población civil. Durante estos 2 días, en el departamento del Valle y del Cauca, se han presentado 26 acciones criminales, 26 acciones terroristas.
The military has blamed descendant factions of the former FARC rebels, including the network of Ivan Mordisco, one of the Colombia's most wanted men. These groups continue to operate in the region, rejecting the 2016 peace deal and fighting for control over key drug trafficking routes. The blast is a part of a wider surge in violence, with at least 26 incidents reported in just 48 hours. These include attacks on police stations, military units, and even a civil aviation radar facility, where explosive-laden drones were intercepted.
Muy triste la situación, lo que se está viviendo acá en el Cauca, y es muy lamentable cómo sucedieron los hechos, porque fueron personas muy inocentes, habían niños, familias que salieron de sus trabajos y vinieron a llevar sus mercados, y algo muy duro.
The Cauca and Valarel Cauca regions remain critical hubs for illegal armed groups, battling for access to routes leading to the port of Bonaventura. The government has now announced a reward of more than $1 million for the information leading to the capture of Marlon, who is identified as the leader of the region's descendant group. Local authorities also offered more than $14,000 for information leading to the identification and location of those behind the attacks in Cali and Palmyra. As violence intensifies and terror groups expand their footprint, Colombia faces renewed challenges in maintaining security and preserving the fragile peace in its conflict zones.
So before we delve into other national and international stories coming in today, let's take a look at the new and developing updates in the realm of business, economy and finance. So what's happening in the world of business? Let's get started.
Adani Green Energy plans to invest around 15,000 crore rupees to add over 10 gigawatt hours of battery storage capacity in financial year 2027. Now, as the company accelerates its clean energy push and focuses on delivering reliable, round-the-clock renewable power amid India's growing energy transition.
India's top IT firms are undergoing a major transition as artificial intelligence reshapes the sector, with companies like TCS, Infosys and Wipro reporting mixed performances while shifting from traditional services to AI-driven outcome-based business models amid continued global headwinds.
India's beverage industry is facing supply disruptions and rising costs as the West Asia crisis impacts availability of key inputs like aluminium and natural gas, leading to packaging shortages, production challenges, and potential price pressures during peak summer demands.
India Incorporated's earnings season gathers pace today with nearly 50 companies, including Coal India, Ultratech Cement, Adani Total Gas, Varun Beverages set to announce their March quarter results as investors closely track corporate performance amid volatile markets and global uncertainties. So we're taking a short break right now, and Nayan, even though we are taking a break, a lot coming up. And we'll put our focus on the shooting which took place. The shooter who attempted the Trump assassination in the White House Correspondents' Dinner to face the court today. So that is one development we'll be watching out for.
In fact, coming up after a short break, after holding talks with Oman's Sultan, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi visits Pakistan again.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Correct, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the talks between United States and Iran failed to come to fruition because of a failed mediator goes by the name Pakistan. And this is not something that I am saying. This is something that we are hearing coming in from Iranian lawmaker himself. What are the details of his statement? We get to this and all the latest. But first, let's start with the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accuses Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in the talks with United States. Also claims Pakistan has not openly communicated that US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position. Iran presents mediators with three-phase negotiation framework, starting with ceasefire and guarantees before progressing to the Strait of Hormuz management and finally the nuclear talks. Shooter who attempted Donald Trump's assassination at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is going to face court today. Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court after Guwahati High Court's order which denied his anticipatory bail plea. Aam Aadmi Party submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party. India and New Zealand to sign free trade agreement today. Deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. And now, viewers, we have a big breaking news to get to you. Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson has accused Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in talks with the United States. The spokesperson says that Islamabad always takes Donald Trump's interests into account and is therefore not a suitable mediator. This is according to the Iranian lawmaker who has put out a detailed statement. He also claimed that Pakistan has not openly communicated that US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position on the same. The spokesperson, the Iranian lawmaker, further alleged that unfulfilled commitments related to Lebanon and blocked assets are also there by the United States. The remarks come as Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi visited Islamabad for high-level meetings with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Asim Munir. Tehran has ruled out direct talks with United States envoys during the visit, opting instead for Pakistani mediation. Now, the White House had earlier said that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner would head to Pakistan for talks with Iran, but that also failed. Iran maintains no US meeting planned in Islamabad now. So this is a big news where we have Iranian lawmaker putting out a statement criticizing Pakistan, saying that Pakistan is a failed mediator, and also talking about the biasness that is being displayed by Pakistan as these talks were supposed to be carried out in Islamabad but failed to come to fruition. I have my colleague Amrita joining live from Newsroom. Amrita, a big statement by Iranian lawmakers. Now, this is the first official statement that has come out from the Iranian side, clearly criticizing Pakistan. So it is not just the world now questioning the intentions of Pakistan, but the official statements also coming in from the Iranian side.
Yes, that's right, Hina, and this only shows that even the first round of negotiations that failed, and now the possible second round not actually taking place. It shows that after this criticism that Pakistan has failed to indeed mediate in agreement between these two nations, even as Pakistan has deliberately tried to maintain as a strategy, as a bridge between these two nations to broker a peace agreement, and now with Iran's National Security Commission leader Ibrahim Rezai has also said that Pakistan has lacked the credibility to maintain or broker a peace mediator, and in fact failed the role as a peace mediator. And they are saying that Pakistan's proximity to the United States as sort of a Pakistan's form of to gain some concession, economic concessions from the US. And they are also saying that the proximity, not just a proximity, but Pakistan has in fact failed to broker a deal, saying that the pressure of United States President Donald Trump's maximum leverage statement, saying that they will be having the maximum leverage on this deal. And despite that, Pakistan has not been able to make any face-to-face meeting with these two leaders. Even the first time when it happened in Islamabad, there was no face-to-face meeting between these two nations. The second round of talks did not take place after Iran has said that they will not be meeting any US officials face-to-face in a closed-door meeting, even though Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi had in fact submitted a workable framework for these talks to begin with. And now Abbas Araghchi has come back to Islamabad from a visit to Muscat, and after that he has flown to Moscow. And now it looks like the mediator role that Pakistan is willing to broker has failed, saying that Iran, especially coming from Iran's commission, in National Security Commission, criticizing Pakistan's role as a mediator. We will wait and watch what unfolds so far. Back to you, Hina.
Right, thank you so much, Amrita, for keeping us up to date to all of these developments. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news. Global concerns are mounting over energy security and trade disruptions as tensions around the Strait of Hormuz intensify. In a significant development, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and US President Donald Trump held a crucial conversation, stressing the urgent need to restore shipping through the vital waterway. With nearly a third of the world's seaborne oil passing through this route in the Strait of Hormuz, any disruption could have far-reaching consequences for the global economy. Now, as energy prices react and diplomatic efforts are continuing, the world is watching very closely. Here is a detailed report. Let's take a look.
Global concerns over energy and trade intensify as UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and US President Donald Trump hold a crucial call on the Strait of Hormuz. Both leaders emphasize the urgent need to restore shipping through the strategic waterway, warning of serious consequences for the global economy. The Strait of Hormuz remains the world's most critical oil route, with nearly a third of global seaborne oil passing through it. Disruptions amid the ongoing US-Iran tensions have already sent energy prices surging, impacting cost of living across countries. Sources say both sides discussed a practical plan to secure and reopen the route. even as the diplomatic efforts continue on multiple fronts. The call comes as Iran's foreign minister continues shuttle diplomacy in the region with talks in Islamabad aimed at salvaging a fragile ceasefire. With tensions still high and talks remaining uncertain, the focus now shifts to whether diplomacy can keep the vital lifeline open.
And now viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Iran has presented mediators in Pakistan with a new three-phase format for negotiations, stipulating that dialogue with the United States can only resume if Washington accepts the terms. Now, the first phase demands a halt to war and guarantees against its resumption against Lebanon, and no other issues discussed at this stage. So, a three-phase plan. First plan to be talking about the security guarantees and end to the aggression by US and Israel. The second phase calls for arrangements to the management of the Strait of Hormuz with participation from the Sultanate of Oman and establishing a new legal framework. And the third phase is about nuclear talks after the agreement reaches in the first and the second phase. But Iran says that it will not begin discussing nuclear matters before reaching an agreement on the first two phases. So, big breaking news: Iran presenting three-phase framework via Pakistan to United States, talking about that the nuclear talks can happen after phase one of halting the war and obtaining security guarantees against its resumption, and the second phase, which will talk about reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and arrangements to be made in the Strait of Hormuz to keep it open and safe. And now viewers, shifting our focus to Washington, Donald Trump was the target of assassination yet again. The shooter has turned out to be a former teacher with Democrat leanings, bringing back the political violence debate into center stage in America. Now, Trump is a polarizing figure, no doubts about it, in the best of times, but the ongoing Iran war and its destabilizing consequences have impacted his ratings and inflamed passions on both sides of the American political divide. There are also questions on whether there was a security lapse at the Washington Correspondents' Dinner event. And even peripherally, this was just for the ballroom in the White House. So, of course, questions are now being raised about the arrangements, the kind of screening that was put in place in the ballroom and around it. We have a full report. Let's take a look. Panic and chaos at one of Washington's most high-profile evenings. As gunshots rang out during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This marks yet another assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the fifth time since 2016. The incident unfolded at the Washington Hilton Hotel, just as Donald Trump was all set to address the gathering, triggering immediate panic inside the venue. The White House has described the attack as a deliberate act of political violence. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who was backstage with the president, said that the attacker intended to target not just Donald Trump, but multiple senior officials. She also added that the president remained calm as he and the First Lady were rushed to safety, while praising the Secret Service for their swift response in neutralizing the threat. But within an hour of the incident, Donald Trump addressed the media alongside FBI Chief Kash Patel and the Attorney General.
In one way, a very beautiful thing to see a man charge a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job.
As more details emerged, attention quickly turned to the attacker. The 31-year-old suspect from California was taken into custody shortly after the attack. Officials confirmed this. Unable to reach the president, the gunman opened fire at a Secret Service officer stationed outside the ballroom. The officer survived due to a bulletproof vest, and the attacker was quickly overpowered by security personnel. In the aftermath, President Donald Trump also raised concerns over the venue's security, arguing that such high-profile events should be held within the White House complex. He pointed to the ongoing construction of a high-security ballroom within the White House, saying that incidents like this underline the urgency of completing it. This incident now adds to a growing list of assassination attempts targeting Donald Trump over the years.
Keep walking!
The incident has once again triggered a wider debate in the United States over rising political violence. Even as the immediate threat has been neutralized, the incident raises critical questions about security preparedness and the deepening political divide in the United States. And now viewers, shifting our focus to some national news. Now what transpired in Washington, some people here in India are also trying to make political brownie points. Vijay Waditya, a senior Congress leader from Maharashtra, said that the firing at the White House Correspondents Association dinner attended by United States President Donald Trump was inevitable given his style of governance, and he also goes on to draw a parallel with India. He says that Trump sought to dominate globally and unsettle other nations. He says, "Jaisi karni, vaisi bharni, as you sow, so shall you reap." He says also that since things did not go the way he had expected, this was bound to happen. This was a statement by Congress MLA Waditya. He refrained from naming any neta or any constitutional post, but he also says that since people here are not coming out, there is an illusion that everything is fine, but people still have the same sentiment that India has been damaged. This is what he says. He also goes on to say that the firing itself was unfortunate. This should not have happened to someone holding such a high office, but public response often reflects the nature of leadership. This is a statement, a big one rather, talking about the firing, the incident that took place in Washington and drawing parallels with India here. He sparks a massive controversy also after this big statement. We are hearing also statements coming in from BJP side. He's saying that there is a similar sentiment in the Indian public here, and he talks about Donald Trump, that how insensitive remarks he goes on to make. And also let's just viewers listen into what he really said.
नहीं देखिए, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, जैसा करेगा वैसा भरेगा। उसने जो सत्ता में होते हुए, सर्वोच्च पद पर होते हुए, उसने पूरे दुनिया को, वर्ल्ड को जिस तरह से उसने काबू करने के लिए, कब्जा करने के लिए हर कंट्री को डिस्टर्ब करने का काम किया, हर कंट्री पे अपना कंट्रोल करने का काम किया, और सब पूरा दुनिया हमारी गुलाम है, इस तरह की उसकी जो भाषा है, और देश को भी उसने बर्बाद किया। ईरान से कोई संबंध नहीं था, फिर भी उसने इजराइल को पकड़कर जो वार किया, उसमें वो तो होना ही था, आज ट्रम्प ने पूरे अमेरिका को बर्बाद कर चुका है अपने मंसूबे पूरे करने के लिए, अपनी इच्छाओं को पूर्ति करने के लिए। जैसे कि देश में चल रहा है अपने हिंदुस्तान में, वैसे ही वहाँ चला, तो वो होना ही था। जितने लोग रास्ते पर उतरकर उनका विरोध किया, अब हिंदुस्तान में उतर नहीं रहे, तो इनको लग रहा है कि सब कुछ आलबेल है। तो लोगों में वही भावना आज भी है कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान भी वो बर्बादी के रास्ते पर चल रहा है। ट्रम्प के साथ हुआ, ये सही मायने से उस सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं होना चाहिए था, पर जैसे करेगा तो जनता उसका जवाब देगी, यही उस घटना से दिखता है।
You can hate BJP, but why would you want such things to happen in this country? And why would you want to pray or hope for it? 150 times they have abused Prime Minister, threatened him with killing, death threats, मरजा मोदी, मोदी की कब्र को देगी, हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, and now they are down to this. Only because they oppose BJP, they will oppose even somebody who is on a constitutional position that such things should happen. And this is a party which has lost Prime Minister to the bullets of terrorists. And despite that, they are doing this. This is not Mohabbat ki dukaan. This is Samvidhan ka apman, and this is Nafrat ke bhaijan. This is the true face of Congress party.
And our viewers, time to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We have more lined up. Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati High Court's order which denied his anticipatory bail plea. Aam Aadmi Party submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now, the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now, the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against
Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan. You're watching live and breaking
with Donald Trump's assassination in progress that took place last night, there's a lot that's been happened during the day. We'll take you through all of that, but first, let's take you to the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accuses Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in talks with the United States, and also claims that Pakistan has not openly communicated that the US initially accepted its proposal before reversing its position. Iran presents mediators with three-phase negotiation. Paperwork starting with ceasefire and guarantees before progressing to the Hormuz management. And finally, nuclear talks. Now, the shooter who attempted Trump assassination at White House Correspondents' Dinner is to face court today. Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati's High Court order which denied his anticipatory bail plea. AAP submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party. India, New Zealand to sign FTA today. Deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. Now, sources claim that Lakshar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed an unknown gunman. Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by bike-borne assailants in the Jhande Bazar area of KPK. Now, Afridi was instrumental in the recruitment of downtrodden youth of KPK in the terror ranks of Lashkar-e-Toiba. He has been radicalizing youth in the name of Deen and was pushing them to attack in India. In fact, a video shared by the supporter of Sheikh Yusuf Afridi questioned his killing, starting, and I quote, "Last night, another scholar was martyred. May Allah Almighty grant him the status of martyrdom and grant patience to his family. I'm shocked because this scholar had nothing to do with politics. He wasn't the political Maulana who was always talking about political affairs. He only spoke of religion, Deen, pure religion, the Quran and the Hadith." Now, this was a quote that came in after this gentleman, whose name is Yusuf Afridi, Sheikh Yusuf Afridi, has been killed. And he, this whole questioning has been happening around, claiming that he's supposed to be this very clean Deen man. Although, as much as we understand, he has actively worked in making sure that a lot of violence, and sources claim that he was a part of the Lashkar-e-Taiba group. Now, I have my colleague Gursimran, who is also online with us right now. Gursimran, can you hear me? All right, Gursimran, my question to you is that this whole fiasco has happened and this gentleman, Yusuf Afridi, has been killed by a bike. What is it that we know and understand so far?
See, if you speak of this incident, this has been reported yesterday. It was in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa market. We have got access to some of the photographs as well. When the police has reached the incident spot, it was bike-borne gunmen that came and fired upon Sheikh Yusuf Afridi. What we are told that the Sheikh Yusuf Afridi, under the garb of running a religious school, he was actually radicalizing the downtrodden youth of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and thus radicalizing them to join the ranks of Lashkar-e-Toiba and then pushing them for the attacks ranks to be carried out in India, because we know the situation in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and that was actually being used by the likes of Sohail Khan, this Sheikh Yusuf Afridi. He was the one who was radicalizing the youth on the name of the religion and then was pushing them into the terror ranks. They were then trained by the Lashkar-e-Toiba, because he was part of the very initial, or you can say the base of this entire terror modus operandi that operates. First and the foremost is the radicalization, and he was part of that. On the name of deen, on the name of religion, he was radicalizing them and then pushing them into the terror ranks. Now coming to this incident that has been reported, this was reported in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa main market, after which we have got access to several of the photographs of the Pakistan Khyber Pakhtunkhwa police that has reached the spot, and also of his cremation, where the people can be seen going to the funeral site also. Apart from that, one of his supporter has also come out with a video in which he has questioned the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa government or the Pakistan government for the failure to save these kind of people. They said that the government is doing nothing. They have got no information what is happening, and many of the likes of Sheikh Yusuf Afridi have been killed in the recent incidents that have been reported all across Pakistan. So that is what I was saying, that there are many more like Sheikh Yusuf Afridi who have been radicalizing the youth on the name of religion so that they can make them to join the terror ranks.
That's right. In fact, he has actively played a role in kind of brainwashing a lot of youth. And the youth have also, kind of led on to believe what this gentleman has said. Right.
Yes, you have rightly said, because see what has happened, that we have seen how the situation is in for the people of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Though these people, they are being pushed to the corner by the government also. So that angle, that misery or that downtrodden society is being used by these radicals to radicalize the youth, to push them towards the hardliner ideology. And then these terror groups, he was associated with Lashkar-e-Toiba, they use these youth, because we have seen many of those terrorists that have been killed in India, in different parts of the country, they have their affiliation going back to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So this is the entire modus operandi that operates from the radicalization to making them to join the terror ranks, then providing them terror training, then infiltrating them to India, and then to carry out the attacks. So this is the entire modus operandi that operates. But now one of the men has been killed by the this bike-borne assailants yesterday in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and there are no whereabouts that what has happened.
Thank you so much, Gursimran, for giving us all of that information. And indeed, it is the plight of the nation where the youth are brainwashed into all of this, and then they go on to take the lives of many others. But thank you so much for giving us all of those insights. I would now take you through the political storm that is intensifying in Punjab. Now, a political storm continues to intensify in Punjab following the dramatic exit of the senior AAP leaders to BJP. Now, in this fresh twist, the Rajya Sabha MP Harbhajan Singh's security cover has reportedly been withdrawn by the Punjab police, only to be partially restored with central forces stepping in. This comes amid massive outrage on the ground, and the AAP workers are taking to the streets, branding former party leader as traitors and targeting their residences. Now, this allegation of political vendetta, security concerns, and widening war of words between the AAP and the BJP, and the crisis is now spilling beyond politics. Here's a full report and everything we know so far.
In a fresh development, Punjab police has reportedly withdrawn the Y+ security cover of Rajya Sabha MP and former cricketer Harbhajan Singh, 2 days after his switch from AAP to the BJP. Sources say nearly 9 to 10 personnel were removed, even as CRPF personnel were later seen deployed outside his Jalandhar residence. The move comes amid escalating protests, with AAP workers targeting homes of rebel MPs, including Harbhajan Singh, Ashok Mittal and Rajinder Gupta. Angry protesters spray-painted "traitor" on their walls, accusing the leaders of betraying Punjab's mandate. The political fallout follows the dramatic exit of Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak and 5 other MPs, leading to a 2/3 split of the Aam Aadmi Party. Chadha alleged that Aam Aadmi Party had deviated from its core principles and values, while Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann hit back, calling the MPs traitors.
जिस आम आदमी पार्टी को मैंने अपने खून और पसीने से सींचा और अपनी जवानी के 15 साल दिए, वो आम आदमी पार्टी आज पूरी तरीके से अपने सिद्धांतों से, अपने मूल्यों से, अपने कोर मॉरल और वैल्यूज से भटक चुकी है। और अब ये पार्टी देश के लिए नहीं, देश के हित के लिए नहीं, बल्कि अपने पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम कर रही है।
AAP has accused the BJP of orchestrating a party split, while the BJP maintains the leaders left voluntarily. With security concerns, street protests and political mudsliding intensifying, the crisis marks a major flashpoint in Punjab politics and in what happens to Aam Aadmi Party next.
Now, last night, raids were conducted at 15 residences of the accused who have indulged in violence outside the Jagdal police station. A total 4 arrests have been made. From all of them are from TMC. This is the big breaking news that's coming in, that the remaining accused have reportedly fled from their houses, and Shri Chakresh Mishra ji, the IPS Rahul Sahupadi, and IPS DIG NIA Shri Trilok Bansal, IPS supervised this entire operation. Now, it's unfortunate and doesn't come as a surprise that these arrests, these 4 arrests that have taken place so far, they are all 4 TMC workers, and these are 15 accused of the people who were involved. Now, these accused, their residences were raided, and all of these raids and these arrested people are from TMC. Now, these attempts and arrests have been reportedly made from their houses, and IPS Rahul Sahupadi has done and played a major role along with DIG NIA Shri Trilok Bansalji. All of them together, they supervised the operation in making these arrests possible, and they all have fled now. The remaining accused who have not been arrested, they have fled from their houses. This is coming in from the violence that took place in the election, the West Bengal election that took place, and these accused are all from TMC. Shortly, we'll be joined by my colleague on a phone conversation to know more about this. But till then, it's important for you to know that the remaining accused, they have fled from their residences and are now trying to be non-accountable for the deeds that they have committed. Now, last night it was these raids that were conducted, and last night 4 people were arrested. The National Investigative Agency actually took over the case. Now, another big breaking news that's coming in. The National Investigation Agency on Monday took over the case from the recovery of the crude bombs in West Bengal, and it started its investigation considering a terror angle. The anti-agency registered a fresh FIR report early on Monday, a day after receiving an order from the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, in pursuance of this MHA order, the NIA has taken over the registered case related to the recovery of crude bombs in West Bengal. Now, this case also pertains the recovery of 79 of these crude bombs, which are taking now into a terror angle. And there are other materials that have also been recovered alongside these crude bombs. Now, they were all stored at a spot on the 25th of April, endangering not just human life but also property. The NIA has registered the case on 26th of April. These are 79 crude bombs along with other these incriminating material alongside which the police of Kolkata has seized along with a probe of the NIA. The National Investigative Agency took over the case on Monday and has recovered crude bombs in West Bengal and started an investigation. There is a suspected terror angle, and the agency has registered a fresh FIR report on early Monday. Now, the MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs, has also pursued this order, and a case has been registered with the recovery of these crude bombs, and 79 of these crude bombs have been recovered from the area, which were endangering not just property but also life. Now, what has been suspected is a terror angle, which I would like to understand from my colleague. Now, West Bengal is gearing up for a decisive political showdown as the state heads into the second phase of assembly elections on the 29th of April. With just 2 days to go, campaigning has hit a high fever, and all political parties are making their final push to woo voters. After the high voltage first phase that witnessed record participation, the stakes are higher now, and this phase is expected to play a crucial role in deciding who governs the state of West Bengal for the next 5 years. Here's more in this report.
Just 2 days from now, on 29th April, West Bengal will head to the crucial second phase of the assembly elections. With polling day fast approaching, political campaigning has reached its peak across West Bengal. After the historic decisive mandate that was witnessed in the first phase of the polls, political parties are leaving no stone unturned to woo the voters for the second phase of voting in Bengal. In its final Bengal push, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a scathing attack on ruling TMC, accusing Mamata-led government of betraying its founding slogan of Ma, Mati and Manush.
अगर मां, माटी और मानुष की याद दिलाएंगे तो इनके पाप सामने आ जाएंगे। टीएमसी की निर्ममता ने मां को रुला दिया, माटी को सिंडिकेट और घुसपैठियों के हवाले कर दिया और बंगाल के मानुष को पलायन के लिए मजबूर कर दिया।
Addressing an election rally in North 24 Parganas, PM Modi also claimed that the outcome of the first phase of polling had dealt a blow to the ruling party's confidence.
पहले चरण में टीएमसी का अहंकार टूट गया है। अब दूसरे चरण में बीजेपी सरकार की प्रचंड जीत पक्की होने जा रही है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah also addressed a crucial election rally in Ranaghat, Dakhin amid the intense BJP versus TMC contest led by Mamata Banerjee.
4 मई को भाजपा सरकार बनने वाली है। इतने सारे दीदी लोग बैठे हैं, मेरी बात सुनकर रखना। मई महीने के बाद बंगाल के हर दीदी माता बहन के अकाउंट में हर महीना 3,000 रुपया भाजपा सरकार भेजने वाली है।
Union Minister and BJP leader JP Nadda also held a road show in Bhatar Assembly constituency. As the high-stakes battle is confirmed in Bhabanipur constituency between West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC leader Mamata Banerjee and BJP's Suvendu Adhikari. TMC leader Mamata Banerjee in her home constituency led a Padyatra amid Bengal poll heat. As leaders are giving a final push to sway voters in West Bengal, the high-voltage campaign for the second and final phase of the assembly elections in the state concludes tomorrow.
Now, up next is US President Donald Trump has indicated that the ongoing tensions between the United States and Iran could be nearing an end, asserting that the mounting military and economic pressure has placed Tehran in a weakened position and may push towards a resolution. Trump said, and I quote, "I think the big advantage is that we've taken out their navy in its entirety. They have no Air Force left. They have no Navy left. They are back in shape. I mean, they're really in bad shape. And of course, we've done the blockade. The blockades bear an unbelievable effect, and that means they can't get any more money," he said, pointing out that described as extensive damage to Iran's military and industrial capability. All of these are Donald Trump's quotes and his big, tall claim that he has destroyed not just the military, not just the Navy, but also the air. And he is saying that this has weakened Tehran's position, and they may or may not, according to Trump, work towards a possible resolution. And Trump said, and I quote again, that this is a big advantage for them. And he says that the war is about to end as the US has extensively damaged their military capabilities. Now, US has extensively damaged Iran's capabilities. All of this is coming from Donald Trump, as he has said that they have gained the access to their military capabilities and destroyed their Navy as they have destroyed their Air Force. Now, Donald Trump was the target of assassination yet again. The shooter has turned out to be a former teacher with the Democratic leanings, bringing back the political violence debate center stage in America. Trump is polarizing figure in the best of times, but the ongoing Iran war and its destabilizing consequences have impacted his ratings and inflamed both passions on the both side of the American political divide. Now, there are questions on whether there will be or there was a security lapse, or even at the periphery, or was this just for the ballroom in the White House? Let's delve into everything we know so far.
Panic and chaos at one of Washington's most high-profile evenings. As gunshots rang out during the White House correspondents' dinner. This marks yet another assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the fifth time since 2016. The incident unfolded at the Washington Hilton Hotel, just as Donald Trump was all set to address the gathering, triggering immediate panic inside the venue. The White House has described the attack as a deliberate act of political violence. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who was backstage with the president, said that the attacker intended to target not just Donald Trump, but multiple senior officials. She also added that the president remained calm as he and the First Lady were rushed to safety, while praising the Secret Service for their swift response in neutralizing the threat. But within an hour of the incident, Donald Trump addressed the media alongside FBI Chief Kash Patel and the Attorney General.
In one way, a very beautiful thing to see a man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job.
As more details emerged, attention quickly turned to the attacker. The 31-year-old suspect from California was taken into custody shortly after the attack. Officials confirmed this. Unable to reach the president, the gunman opened fire at a Secret Service officer stationed outside the ballroom. The officer survived due to a bulletproof vest, and the attacker was quickly overpowered by security personnel. In the aftermath, President Donald Trump also raised concerns over the venue's security, arguing that such high-profile events should be held within the White House complex. He pointed to the ongoing construction of a high-security ballroom within the White House, saying that incidents like this underline the urgency of completing it. This incident now adds to a growing list of assassination attempts targeting Donald Trump over the years.
Keep walking!
The incident has once again triggered a wider debate in the United States over rising political violence. Even as the immediate threat has been neutralized, the incident raises critical questions about security preparedness and the deepening political divide in the United States.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a really short break. When you come back, we'll tell you about Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accusing Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in the talks with the United States. He also claims that the Pakistan has not openly communicated that the US initially accepted its proposal before reversing its position. Coming up after a short break.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to...
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and in a big shocker and embarrassment to Pakistan, Iran's National Security Commission has criticized the country, saying that they have failed miserably to become a mediator in the ongoing talks between US and Iran, saying that the nation, especially Islamabad, lacks the credibility to continue or forge a negotiation between the two nations. We'll get you all the details, but first let's take a look into the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accuses Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in talks with US. Also claims that Pakistan has not openly communicated that US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position. Iran presents mediators with three-phase negotiation framework, starting with ceasefire and guarantees before progressing to Hormuz management and finally nuclear talks. The shooter who attempted Trump assassination at the White House Correspondents' Dinner will be facing court today. Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati High Court's order, which denied his anticipatory bail plea. Aam Aadmi Party submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party. India and New Zealand to sign free trade agreement today. Deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. Right, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in now, and in the Delhi liquor excise scam, which the Aam Aadmi Party leaders was acquitted. Now, Arvind Kejriwal has written a letter to Justice Swarnakanta after she refused to recuse herself from hearing the CBI plea against discharge of Kejriwal in the excise case. Now, viewers, Kejriwal has said that he will not be appearing before her either personally or through a lawyer, and he also added that my hope of receiving justice from Justice Swarnakanta has been shattered. And Kejriwal also went on to say that he has now decided to follow the path of Gandhiji's Satyagraha. And after listening to the voice of my conscience, he says, and I quote, "I have taken a decision." Kejriwal further added that he reserves the right to approach the Supreme Court to appeal against Justice Swarnakanta's verdict, now saying that he will not be appearing before Justice Swarnakanta. The case challenged by the CBI after the trial court's acquittal of the leader and several others in the Delhi liquor excise scam policy. And now Delhi's former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has now stated that he will not be appearing in the High Court either personally nor by a lawyer, and he has written a letter to Justice Swarnakanta saying that his hopes of getting justice has been shattered, and he is now preparing to move to the Supreme Court on this.
हार मायने नहीं रखते, उससे भी बड़ा हो जाता है सही और गलत का सवाल। क्या सही है और क्या गलत है? ऐसे समय में हमें ये तय करना होता है कि हम मुश्किल रास्ता चुनेंगे या आसान रास्ता। आज मैं भी एक ऐसे मोड़ पे खड़ा हूँ। आप सब जानते हैं कि मुझे एक झूठे केस में फंसाया गया, मुझे जेल भेज दिया गया, एक चुनी हुई सरकार को गलत तरीके से गिरा दिया गया, हमें कई महीने जेल में रखा, पर आखिरकार सच की जीत हुई। 27 फरवरी को अदालत ने मुझे पूरी तरह निर्दोष घोषित कर दिया। कोर्ट ने कहा केजरीवाल निर्दोष है, केजरीवाल ने कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया। कोर्ट ने सीबीआई की जांच पे ही सवाल खड़े कर दिए और जांच अधिकारी के खिलाफ एक्शन लेने के आदेश दे दिए। लेकिन सच का रास्ता आसान नहीं होता। सीबीआई ने तुरंत इस फैसले को हाई कोर्ट में चुनौती दी और ये केस जस्टिस स्वर्णकांता शर्मा जी के सामने लगा। तब मेरे मन में एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल उठा, क्या इनके सामने मुझे न्याय मिलेगा? मेरे मन में ये प्रश्न क्यों आया? इसके कई कारण हैं, पर 2 कारण मुख्य हैं। पहला कारण ये कि आरएसएस की जिस विचारधारा वाली सरकार ने झूठे आरोप लगा के मुझे जेल डाला, जज साहिबा ने स्वयं माना है कि उस विचारधारा से जुड़े संगठन अखिल भारतीय अधिवक्ता परिषद के मंचों पे वे कई बार जाती रही हैं। मैं और आम आदमी पार्टी उस विचारधारा के घोर विरोधी हैं। ऐसे में क्या उनके सामने मुझे न्याय मिल सकता है? दूसरा कारण कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट। कोर्ट में मेरे विपक्ष में केंद्र सरकार की सीबीआई है और जस्टिस स्वर्णकांता जी के दोनों बच्चे केंद्र सरकार में काम करते हैं। उनके दोनों बच्चे केंद्र सरकार के वकीलों के पैनल में हैं। हमारे सामने कोर्ट में दूसरी ओर से वकील हैं सॉलिसिटर जनरल श्री तुषार मेहता जी। तुषार मेहता जी दोनों बच्चों को केस देते हैं। उन्हें कितने केस मिलेंगे, कौन से केस मिलेंगे, ये तुषार मेहता जी तय करते हैं। भारत सरकार के पैनल में लगभग 700 के करीब वकील हैं, लेकिन जस्टिस स्वर्णकांता जी के बेटे सबसे ज्यादा केस पाने वाले वकीलों में से एक हैं। उनके बेटे को 2023 से 2025 के बीच लगभग 5,904 केस डॉकेट मिले। इससे उनके बेटे को करोड़ों रुपए की फीस मिली। आज की तारीख में उन बच्चों का भविष्य और कमाई दोनों काफी हद तक तुषार मेहता जी पर निर्भर है। तो किसी के भी मन में ये चिंता स्वाभाविक है कि अगर जज कमाई और उनका भविष्य सामने खड़ा वकील तय कर रहा है तो क्या जज साहिबा उस वकील के खिलाफ फैसला कर पाएंगी? मैं ये स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि मुझे जुडिशरी पे पूरा भरोसा है। मैं जुडिशरी का बहुत सम्मान करता हूं। जब मेरे खिलाफ गलत साजिश हुई तो हमारे देश की जुडिशरी ने ही मुझे न्याय दिया था। जब मुझे झूठे केस में गिरफ्तार किया गया तो इसी जुडिशरी ने मुझे बेल दी थी। इसी जुडिशरी ने मुझे उसी झूठे केस में दोष मुक्त करार किया है। पिछले 75 वर्षों में जब जब देश पे आंच आई, हमारे देश की जुडिशरी ने देश को बचाया और नागरिकों के हितों की रक्षा की है। मैं जस्टिस सूर्यकांता जी का भी बहुत सम्मान करता हूं। मुझे उनसे या उनके परिवार से किसी भी प्रकार की कोई व्यक्तिगत आपत्ति नहीं है। लेकिन न्याय का एक बहुत बड़ा सिद्धांत है, जस्टिस शुड नॉट ओनली बी डन बट शुड ऑल्सो बी सीन टू बी डन। इसलिए मैंने जस्टिस सूर्यकांता शर्मा जी से पूरे सम्मान के साथ अनुरोध किया कि वो इस कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट जैसे कारणों की वजह से इस केस से खुद को अलग कर लें। लेकिन उन्होंने मेरी दलीलें खारिज कर दी और फैसला दिया कि वो स्वयं ही ये केस सुनेंगी। आज मेरे सामने सबसे आसान रास्ता है कि मैं उनका आदेश मान लूं और एक बड़ा वकील खड़ा करके उनके सामने अपना केस लड़ूं। पर यह मुद्दा अब सिर्फ मेरे केस का नहीं है, बल्कि आम लोगों के न्याय प्रणाली पर भरोसे का है। ऐसी दुविधा के मौके पे बापू ने हमें सत्याग्रह का रास्ता दिखाया। बापू ने कहा था कि जब भी किसी अन्याय का सामना करो तो उसका पहला कदम विरोध नहीं बल्कि बातचीत होना चाहिए। अपनी बात अन्याय करने वाले के सामने पूरी विनम्रता के साथ रखनी चाहिए और उसे सुधारने का पूरा मौका देना चाहिए। सारी कोशिशों के बाद भी अगर न्याय ना मिले तो अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ सुनो। यदि अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ कहती है कि न्याय नहीं हुआ तो शांति और विनम्रता के साथ सत्याग्रह करना चाहिए। फिर उसके जो भी परिणाम हों वो सहर्ष स्वीकार करने चाहिए। पर इस पूरे प्रकरण में अन्याय करने वाले व्यक्ति के प्रति किसी भी प्रकार की नफरत या गुस्सा नहीं होना चाहिए। मैंने भी बातचीत से शुरुआत की, पूरी निष्ठा और विनम्रता के साथ जस्टिस सूर्यकांता जी के सामने अपनी बात रखी। उन्हें इस केस से अलग होने के लिए याचना की। मैंने आग्रह किया कि मेरा केस हाई कोर्ट के किसी भी अन्य जज द्वारा सुन लिया जाए, लेकिन उन्होंने मेरी प्रार्थना अस्वीकार कर दी। उन्होंने फैसला दिया कि वे अपने आप को इस मामले से अलग नहीं करेंगी और ये केस वो स्वयं ही सुनेंगी। उनके दिए गए इस फैसले से मैं पूरी विनम्रता पूर्वक असहमत हूं। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के बाद मेरी आशंका और गहरी हो गई है कि क्या उनके सामने मुझे न्याय मिलेगा। बापू के दिखाए रास्ते पर चलते हुए सत्याग्रह की भावना से अब मैंने फैसला किया है कि मैं इस केस में जस्टिस सूर्यकांता जी के कोर्ट में ना तो स्वयं पेश होऊंगा और ना ही मेरी तरफ से कोई वकील पैरवी करेगा। जस्टिस सूर्यकांता जी जो भी फैसला सुनाएंगे उस पर समय आने पर मेरे जो भी कानूनी अधिकार हैं, जैसे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती देना आदि, वो सभी कदम लेने के लिए मैं स्वतंत्र हूँ। ये बात आज मैंने एक पत्र लिखकर जस्टिस सूर्यकांता जी को भी सूचित कर दिया है। मेरा जस्टिस सूर्यकांता जी से किसी प्रकार का व्यक्तिगत विरोध नहीं है। यदि भविष्य में भी कभी उनके
Right, viewers, those were the statements released by Arvind Kejriwal saying that he will be boycotting the Delhi High Court, although he maintains that he believes in the justice system and will be moving to the Supreme Court. And viewers, this comes in light as Kejriwal filed a recusal letter filing to recuse herself, the Justice Swarnakanta, from this case, and it was refused. And this is coming as he will not be appearing before court as well. And now, viewers, we have a bite from BJP. A response to this. Let's listen in.
संविधान का अपमान, जुडिशरी का अपमान, यही बन चुकी है आम आदमी पार्टी की पहचान। एपी का मतलब और अधिक प्रोपेगेंडा होना चाहिए। पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल ने हिट एंड रन प्रोपेगेंडा फैलाया जस्टिस स्वर्णकांता शर्मा के खिलाफ, और जब उनकी याचिका खारिज हो गई, जब जुडिशरी उनके सामने झुकी नहीं, तो अब कहते हैं कि मैं महात्मा गांधी जी के सत्याग्रह मॉडल पर काम करते हुए उनके सामने अपियर नहीं हूँगा, क्योंकि मुझे जुडिशरी में फेथ नहीं है। पहले तो महात्मा गांधी जी का अपमान मत कीजिए। महात्मा गांधी तो शराब के खिलाफ थे, आपने शराब घोटाला किया। और दूसरा, महात्मा गांधी जी ने नॉन कोऑपरेशन और सिविल डिसोबीडियंस अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ किया। क्या भारत की जुडिशरी अंग्रेज लग रही है आपको? मतलब कि ये संविधान और बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर जी का भी अपमान है। और यही अरविंद केजरीवाल और इंडिया अलायंस की पहचान है। जब कोई संवैधानिक संस्था उनके हिसाब से काम ना करे, या उन्हें एक ऐसा वर्डिक्ट दे जो उनके खिलाफ हो, चुनाव हो या जुडिशरी हो, तो वो उसका अपमान करते हैं, उसके ऊपर सवाल चिन्ह खड़े करते हैं और डाउट क्रिएट करते हैं। ये इनकी स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर बन चुकी है। ये महात्मा गांधी जी का भी अपमान है, ये संविधान का भी अपमान है, ये आम्बेडकर जी का भी अपमान है।
Right, that's the BJP's response. Now we are getting in from regarding the statement released by Arvind Kejriwal as he has moved to the Supreme Court after boycotting the Delhi High Court, as the GBI has challenged the trial court's acquittal of all 23 members with the Delhi liquor excise policy case. And now, viewers, I'm joined by my colleague Sarthak from New Delhi, who has been tracking this story. Sarthak, first of all, this is a big, not just a war of words or exchange of statements between BJP and Kejriwal, but in fact, Kejriwal has taken a big step that he will be boycotting the Delhi High Court, although he still maintains that he believes in the justice system, and then he will be moving the Supreme Court. Now, this is regarding the Delhi excise policy, which you have been tracking for since the longest time. So what's the latest you're tracking at this point, Sarthak?
Yes, the latest that we are getting, that Arvind Kejriwal has written a formal letter to Justice Swarnakanta Sharma expressing his displeasure towards the verdict that Justice Swarnakanta Sharma gave on the recusal application that was filed by him in the Delhi excise policy case. Just to remind the viewers, he was discharged by the Rouse Avenue Court here in New Delhi, against which CBI moved to High Court. They filed a criminal appeal in the High Court against such order. And Arvind Kejriwal, in the same case, filed a recusal application before Justice Swarnakanta Sharma, expecting her to leave the case, to not hear the case because he made some arguments that there was some conflict of interest. He said that the children of Justice Swarnakanta Sharma work for the government. They are government lawyers. They get cases from Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, and also he made claims about Justice Sharma having some association with RSS and ABVP wing of RSS. And therefore, there was conflict of interest. There was a doubt in his head that there could be some bias on part of Justice Swarnakanta Sharma while trying this case.
Right, Sarthak, definitely. Thank you very much for all of your inputs. A conflict of interest cited in this point, and we'll get back to you for more details as you track the story. And now, viewers, we are getting another breaking news at this moment, as Raghav Chadha, who has just left the Aam Aadmi Party, has now clarified and released a statement regarding his exit from the Aam Aadmi Party. And in this video, he lists out some clarifications on why he left the Aam Aadmi Party. He also alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party is now corrupt and compromised. And this is a video released just after he has joined the BJP. And now an ensuing political drama is now unfolding between his exit, while along with him 6 other MPs of the Rajya Sabha have been following his lead and have joined the BJP. And not just that, but the other MLAs of the Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs of Punjab are also following suit. And here's another video release statement from Raghav Chadha himself. Let's listen into his statements.
पिछले 3 दिनों से आप सबके बहुत मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं. आप में से ज्यादातर लोग मुझे बेस्ट विशेस दे रहे हैं, कंग्रेचुलेट कर रहे हैं, और कुछ लोग मेरे इस फैसले के पीछे क्या रीजंस हैं वो जानना चाहते हैं. तो आज ये वीडियो उनके लिए और उन लोगों के लिए भी जिन लोगों ने शायद मेरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं देखी. दोस्तों, पॉलिटिक्स में आने से पहले मैं एक प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट था. मेरे सामने एक बेहतरीन करियर था, लेकिन मैं उस करियर को छोड़कर पॉलिटिक्स में आया. अपने करियर को बनाने के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं आया, और एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का फाउंडिंग मेंबर बना, जिस पार्टी को मैंने अपने प्राइम यूथ के 15 साल दिए, अपने खून पसीने से, बहुत मेहनत से इस पार्टी को सींचा. लेकिन आज ये पार्टी वो पुरानी वाली पार्टी नहीं रही. इस पार्टी में आज एक टॉक्सिक वर्क एनवायरनमेंट है. आपको काम करने से रोका जाता है, पार्लियामेंट में बोलने से रोका जाता है, और ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आज चंद करप्ट और कॉम्प्रोमाइज लोगों के हाथ में फंस कर रह गई है, जो अब देश के लिए नहीं, अपने निजी पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम करते हैं. पिछले कुछ सालों से मैं ये फील कर रहा था दैट परहैप्स आई एम द राइट मैन बट इन द रॉन्ग पार्टी. और इसी के चलते मेरे सामने सिर्फ 3 ऑप्शंस थे. पहला ऑप्शन कि मैं पॉलिटिक्स ही छोड़ दूं. दूसरा ऑप्शन कि मैं इसी पार्टी में रहूं और चीजें ठीक करने की कोशिश करूं, जो कि हुआ नहीं. और तीसरा ऑप्शन कि मैं अपनी एनर्जी और एक्सपीरियंस लेकर पॉजिटिव पॉलिटिक्स करूं, एक और प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ, एक और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के साथ जुड़कर सकारात्मक राजनीति करूं. इसीलिए मैंने अकेले ने नहीं, मेरे साथ 1 नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 नहीं, 4 नहीं, 5 नहीं, 6 और सांसदों ने, यानी कि कुल 7 MPs ने यह फैसला लिया कि हम अपनी इस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से रिश्ता तोड़ते हैं. एक आदमी गलत हो सकता है, 2 आदमी गलत हो सकते हैं, लेकिन 7 लोग गलत नहीं हो सकते. और वो अनगिनत लोग जो एजुकेटेड एरुडाइट लोग थे, जो इस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के सपने के साथ जुड़े थे, वो तमाम लोग जो इस पार्टी को छोड़ के चले गए, क्या वो सारे गलत हो सकते हैं? आप ऐसे समझिए, आप में से जितने ऑफिस गोइंग लोग हैं, यदि आपका वर्क प्लेस एक टॉक्सिक प्लेस बन जाए, उसका एनवायरनमेंट टॉक्सिक हो जाए, तो आप कितना काम कर पाएंगे? क्या आप वहां काम कर पाएंगे? अगर आपको वहां काम करने से रोका जाए, आपकी मेहनत को दबाया जाए, आपको चुप कराया जाए, तो आप क्या करेंगे? उस स्थिति में सही फैसला यही है कि आप उस वर्क प्लेस को छोड़ दें. शायद हमने भी वही किया. अब में से बहुत सारे लोगों ने यह भी मुझसे पूछा कि क्या अब मैं वैसे ही आपके मुद्दे, ऑर्डिनरी प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ ऑर्डिनरी सिटीजंस उठाता रहूंगा या बंद कर दूंगा. मैं उन्हें विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि मैं आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स को लगातार और एनर्जी के साथ और जोश के साथ उठाऊंगा. और अच्छी बात यह है कि अब हम उन प्रॉब्लम्स की सॉल्यूशंस को भी ढूंढ पाएंगे और उसे इंप्लीमेंट करा पाएंगे.
All right, now viewers, coming up after a very short break, Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson have accused Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in the talks between the US and Iran, and did also claim that Pakistan has not openly communicated that the US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position. And Iran presents mediators with a 3-phase negotiation framework, starting with ceasefire and guarantees before progressing to Hormuz management and finally nuclear talks.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े. असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in
Welcome back after the short break, and now let's move on to a big focus story as West Bengal is witnessing a high voltage political finale as campaigning enters its last stretch ahead of the crucial second and final phase of the assembly elections. And now with just hours left before the silence period kicks in, top leaders are crisscrossing the state, making a very final push to sway voters. After a record-breaking turnout in phase one, the stakes are now even higher with key battlegrounds set to vote on April 29. Here's a full report. Let's take a look.
West Bengal heads into a high-voltage final weekend of campaigning as parties make the last push ahead of the second and final phase of polls. With voting for the remaining 142 seats scheduled on April 29th, today marks the final opportunity for leaders to reach out to voters. Campaigning will end at 6 p.m., following by the mandatory 48-hour silence period before polling day. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is leading from the front, holding roadshows and rallies across Kolkata and South Bengal in a bid to retain power. On the other side, the BJP has deployed its top leaders, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah spearheading an aggressive campaign. Key issues dominating the final leg include law and order, infiltration, development, and the big battle of change versus continuity. The second phase will cover crucial regions, including parts of Kolkata, Howrah, and Hooghly, making it a decisive round in the 294-seat battle. Earlier, Phase 1 recorded a massive turnout of 93.19%, one of the highest in the state's history, setting the stage for an intensive final showdown. With counting scheduled for May 4th, all eyes are now on whether this final push will tilt the scales in Bengal's high-stakes electoral battle.
Now viewers, slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you on the other side. Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accuses Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in talks with the US. Also claims that Pakistan has not openly communicated that US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position. Coming up next, stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the north.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accuses Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in talks with US. Also claims Pakistan has not openly communicated. The US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position. Iran presents mediators with three-phase negotiation framework, starting with ceasefire and guarantees before progressing to Hormuz management and finally nuclear talks. Shooter who attempted Trump assassination at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to face court today. A Congress leader, Pawan Khera, moved Supreme Court against the Guwahati High Court's order, which denied his anticipatory bail plea. Aam Aadmi Party submits a petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party. India and New Zealand to sign the FTA today. The deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So 8 crude bombs have been found from North 24 Parganas district. This is the update coming in after Uttar Kashipur, where another cache was recovered. It's getting you all these updates coming in. During the operation, a significant cache of suspected explosive materials was recovered from an abandoned house near a burial ground. A seizure includes 79 crude bomb-like objects, approximately 3.37 kilograms of gunpowder, 1.61 kilograms of sulfur, jute ropes and 10 packets of roll caps with the assistance of the bomb disposal squad. All materials have been seized as per prescribed procedure. A further investigation is underway. Putting on those pictures which are coming in for you, this is Habra, North 24 Parganas, first on Republic TV. And this is exactly the location where those 8 crude bombs were recovered. This comes after Uttar Kashipur, where another cache was recovered. Okay, let's also tell you that this is before the phase 2 of the West Bengal poll. So raising, of course, some security concerns there. Let's go to Harsha is joining us. Harsha, yes, take our viewers through these pictures where 8 crude bombs have been recovered. And we know that the Election Commission is making sure that no untoward incident happens as we approach phase 2.
Yes, so these are the visuals of the places where the raids were conducted to find more and more crude bombs, because this morning what we have seen is that in the Havra region the crude bomb was recovered, in the Kashipur region the crude bomb was recovered, and also Prime Minister's public meeting is today at 11 o'clock in Barakpur. Today is the last day of campaigning. Both PM and HM are doing their rally and roadshow respectively in the in North 24 Parganas, and also this becomes very much important that how just 2 days before the phase 2 election, we see crude bombs being recovered from certain places, and this clearly shows that there was a complete planning. It was a pre-planned thing that how to create unrest and disruption in the in the phase 2 of election. The crude bombs were fixed and they were placed at certain places. Could be used on the day of the polling and polling centers, which we have seen in the last elections in West Bengal. But now the crude bombs have been recovered, and more raids are being conducted by the police officials after EC. EC officials told them directly that no one will be left spared. Everyone will be taken in custody. Whosoever looks like the disturbing elements who can disturb or create unrest for the phase 2 of the West Bengal election. So these are the visuals, and we get more updates as today Prime Minister is in Barakpur. But before that, crude bombs being recovered, and also the police officials and EC officials believe that more and more such crude bombs could be hidden at certain vantages in West Bengal, for the second phase of election, and therefore the massive raids are being conducted.
Right. Hold on, Harsha. I'm showing these pictures to our viewers. Recovery in Kolkata and recovery in North 24 Parganas. Two set of pictures. And of course, now as we head towards phase 2 of the West Bengal polls, we see the Election Commission has deployed many battalions. Forces have been deployed. So of course, Kolkata being a very crucial area, the constituencies there are very high stakes. This definitely is a big recovery coming in at the backdrop of that context.
Changi, can you repeat your question?
Yes, Harsha. So as Kolkata is a very important zone which will go to polls, multiple districts there are high stakes districts in Kolkata. So as we see these recoveries being made, and Election Commission has made sure that put a lot of safety measures already. So this is a big recovery, and of course it also leads to the fact that every measure is being taken to avoid any untoward incident. So what else is happening in terms of making sure our security personnel are active on the ground to make sure that any kind of safety threat has been neutralized?
So if you see, Shivangi, today, after 2 days there are elections, and to ensure that there are safety measures at most of the vulnerable, sensitive areas, police have already been deployed. There's a whole huge CRPF which has been deployed, and already the officials got a tip regarding crude bomb, and therefore timely it was recovered. If you see the visuals from Howrah and the bike patrolling which was done, late at night in the Kolkata, and not only this, how we see that there have been the visuals from the Chindri Hata as well, where the crude bombs were recovered, and also the CRPF officials who were actually conducting raids in certain sections in New Town as well. So these are the visuals which we see. And this is to ensure that there's proper deployment of forces in the second phase of election. And if more such troublemakers are being taken into custody, but the patrolling, the checkings, the raids, not only during daytime but nighttime, has also been increased to ensure that there's a fair election, and also there's no intimidation or fear in the amongst the citizens of West Bengal.
All right, yes, thank you for joining us there, Harsha. As a big recovery as we make, crude bombs have been recovered. And so putting on those pictures which are coming in for you, so recoveries have been made in Kolkata, in North 24 Parganas as well. Those are the pictures. So these are 8 crude bombs which have been recovered. Just hours, not hours, I would say, maybe 2 days are still left for those West Bengal polls. So just a few days before West Bengal polls, as we count down to the West Bengal phase 2, we see 8 crude bombs have been recovered. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, so let's go ahead, viewers. NIA takes over the case of arrest of dreaded Pakistani Lashkar terrorist Hurera and Khubai. NIA brings Pakistani terrorists to Jammu court. That is right, viewers. So one is Abdullah alias Huraira, Pakistani terrorist. Second, Usman alias Khubaib, Pakistani terrorist. Muhammad Naqib Bhatt, Adil Rashid Bhatt, Ghulam Muhammad Mir alias Mama. Now, Huraira and Khubaib were arrested from Punjab on 28 Feb by Jammu and Kashmir police. So NIA takes over the case of Lashkar terrorists. It's a huge update we're getting for you here on Republic TV. Let's go to Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, yes, NIA takes over the case after the arrest of Lashkar terrorists. What next do we?
ये केस टेक ओवर कर चुकी है। 28 फरवरी को जो है इनकी गिरफ्तारी मलेरकोटला से हुई थी। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने जो है इस ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया था और अब तस्वीरों में आप देखेंगे तो इन्हें जो है जम्मू के NIA कोर्ट में पेश किया जा रहा है, जहां की तस्वीरें जो हैं वो लगातार हम आपको ग्राउंड जीरो से दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से इन आतंकियों को अब NIA जो है वो जम्मू के NIA कोर्ट में पेश कर रही है। जी, लगातार तस्वीरों में आप देख रहे हैं ये जम्मू का NIA कोर्ट है एंड द विजुअल्स दैट यू सी आर फ्रॉम आउटसाइड द NIA कोर्ट इन जम्मू वेयर दीज एक्यूज्ड हैज बीन नाउ presented before the court. NIA will be seeking their custody. This is a module that has been operational for last more than a decade's time, but these terrorists, they were operational, they were carrying out their activities from the Malerkotla, Punjab, where they were in hiding. One of their associates, identified with the code name Khargosh, he has already managed to sneak out using a fake passport that he made. They also had their fake ID cards, including Aadhaar card, and the documents that they have made. Here you will see the adequate security arrangements that have been made. But this high-profile case that has been cracked by the cargo of the Jammu and Kashmir police has now been handed over to the National Investigation Agency. Reason being its implications, because it has not only been restricted to the two Pakistani terrorists who have been living in the hinterland for more than a decade's time, because if you remember that it was in 2010 when Abu Huraira, he sneaked into the Indian territory, and then we saw these are the NIA officials, those who are now entering the court premises. Accused have already been taken inside the court. So the visuals that you are seeing are from the NIA court in Jammu. This entire conspiracy goes back to 2010 when Abu Huraira and his associates sneaked into India. They were carrying out many terror acts. In 2021, what we are being told that he sneaked out from a close shave from the encounter, and then he went to Pakistan. Since then, he has been living in, he went to Punjab, and since then he has been living in one of the bases that they have established in the Malerkotla area. Now, as we speak, they have been brought to the NIA court. Jammu and Kashmir police investigation has hinted to a larger conspiracy that not only includes that how these terrorists, they were actually operating or hiding from the forces, but they were actually trying to establish a base that they can use for other terrorists also to hide in this area. As we speak, they are being presented before the special NIA court in Jammu, where the National Investigation Agency will be seeking their custody so that more truths can be revealed. But this is an important development that has taken place with the National Investigation Agency taking over the case, and as we speak, they are now, what we are getting to know, that also 3 of their accomplices, the details of which are also with Republic, they have been identified as Naqib Bhatt, Abdul Rashid, and also third is Ghulam Mir alias Mama. These are the 3 individuals, the visuals of whom we have also shown you. But those 2 Pakistani terrorists, Khubaib and Huraira, they have been brought with the masks on, but the photos are already with the Republic. Here you will see that the security has been beefed up. There has been large-scale security deployment that has been done. But the Lashkar terrorists have been brought here at the NIA court, and now the visuals that you are seeing on the screen, they are the exclusive visuals of these Pakistani terrorists whose face have been covered by the National Investigation Agency, and they are now been brought here. 5 Lashkar terrorists were arrested by the NIA, by the Jammu and Kashmir police in an operation that they have carried out in the Malerkotla area of Punjab, and what has now happened that they have been brought to the NIA court. What the angles that NIA will be looking at, first and foremost, will be the local ground infrastructure that has helped these terrorists to stay for a longer period. Second is the Punjab base angle, because on Republic we have been getting you the details that how Lashkar is shifting its base from Jammu and Kashmir and is trying to actually bring an alternative base in Punjab that they want to bring in. Third and the important angle is that how Pakistani intel agency is helping them, how they have been able to actually live in this area without getting noticed by the intel agencies. So all these angles are being looked into by the agencies, but this case, the way the SOG, the cargo of the Srinagar police, they have been able to break down this case. This was one of the cases that have been meticulously worked purely based on the technology that the cargo has, because based on that, this case has been cracked, and after almost at a time when the security forces have reached a breaking point where they used to think whether Abu Huraira exists or not, they have been able to arrest this high-profile A+ commander of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, that too from Punjab. So now all that angles are being looked into, and as we speak, the investigation is underway. The NIA teams have already reached the Jammu NIA court, and the investigations, they will be starting very shortly after getting the remand of these 5 terrorists, including 2 Pakistani terrorists.
Yes. You know, Gursimran, you know, these arrests which were made, I'm talking about these Pakistani terrorists. So it was a multi-state investigation, and especially from Punjab. You mentioned the Punjab angle, but we also know that these terrorists were living here using fake identity. So they had a plan in mind already, Gursimran.
See, it was not only that an incident has been reported, but this was a deep-rooted conspiracy that these terrorists have worked on. Because what they have done, I'll request Ashu to be on the visuals of the security beef up, and I'll explain that this was that how the Pakistani intelligence, with the active involvement of those who have been working in the hinterland, they have managed the fake identity cards. It was not only restricted to the identity card, but it was only their Aadhaar card, it was their ration card also, and also the 10th class mark sheet, because one of the terrorist, those who one who managed to escape, Khargosh, he got appeared in the 10th class examination in the Rajasthan board, then used that very mark sheet of the class 10 to procure a passport, and using that passport he actually eloped to one of the countries in the Middle East. As we speak, as we have already broken on Republic TV, that the central agencies are already carrying out an operation in the Middle East countries where this terrorist codename Khargosh is already there on the fake passport. So that angle is also being looked into, but as we speak here, the security is beefed up, and these Pakistani terrorists, 2 Pakistani terrorists, Khubaib and his associate Huraira, along with 3 other Kashmiris, those who have helped them not only in their stay but also providing them logistic support, well aware of their entire conspiracy. They have also been being produced before the special NIA court in Jammu, wherein the NIA will be seeking their custody. So we are expecting that in next 10 to 15 minutes, the NIA court will be granting them custody, after which they will be taken to the NIA headquarters. But this is a big development that the National Investigation Agency has taken over the case from the Jammu and Kashmir Police cargo, because the investigation that has been done by the cargo Srinagar clearly hints at a larger conspiracy that the Pakistan and the Pakistani terror groups, along with their intel agencies' involvement, that has also surfaced. So every angle is being now looked into by the investigators, but the major breakthrough has come as NIA has taken over the case, and all terrorists have been produced before the court. 2 Pakistani, 3 locals, they are now at the NIA court in Jammu.
Right, and Gursimran, this is one of the biggest interstate modules which has been busted. It is one of the biggest interstate modules which has been busted. So that is very, very significant.
Yes, this is a major catch, and I was speaking to one of the officials who said that he considers this as the biggest ever catch that the security forces have been able to get in the history of the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, because this has never happened in the past, that one terrorist who has been A+ commander, the top commander, A+ category commander, he has been arrested alive. This has never happened in the past, and the way they have actually managed to establish their base in the Punjab's Malerkotla, that clearly hints that they were deep-rooted in this entire system. So to break this system, to get on to these terrorists, this was a major breakthrough that actually the NIA managed to get. And now as we...
Getting some breaking news. I'm sorry, Goswami, I'm getting some breaking news. Okay, so the Rajya Sabha chairman, C.P. Radhakrishnan, has approved the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. The number of Aam Aadmi Party MPs in the Rajya Sabha has now dropped from 10 to 3, while the BJP's tally has risen from 106 to 113. Big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. This is a huge update, and a big blow to the Aam Aadmi Party, viewers. So we see the tally of the MPs in Rajya Sabha has now risen, and the chairman has approved the merger of the 7 MPs. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV, and this is coming in after a couple of MPs, Raghav Chadha and others, shifted to the BJP as per the rules, by the way. So that now has been already approved, and officially the number of BJP MPs has now gone higher. It's a big blow to Aam Aadmi Party, as we saw that Raghav Chadha and 6 more MPs from Aam Aadmi Party had quit and joined the BJP. So 7 of the 10 Rajya Sabha MPs of Aam Aadmi Party, including Raghav Chadha, Harbhajan Singh, and many more had joined. And this time we see that that move has now been approved. Let's go straight across to my colleague, our executive editor Niranjan, joining us. So the chairman has approved the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs. We have seen already that the Aam Aadmi Party had said that they will take this case forward, that they will not concede that easily, but it's already done.
Well, we told you that this is bound to happen on the day that this surprise was thrown by the Aam Aadmi Party. We knew that they would be jumping ship, and on Friday, when Raghav Chadha along with 7 others made that announcement, by default that meant that the existing numbers of the BJP in the Rajya Sabha would be rising from 106. It's now at 113. But the overall number of the NDA is comfortable about 145, roughly about 147 if I'm not wrong. But the key point here is that it was a merger, because when 2/3 of the party switches, there is no complication. They just can merge their parliamentary party unit. So the Rajya Sabha membership of the BJP is essentially gone up. And officially now you can say that Raghav Chadha, Harbhajan Singh, Swati Maliwal, Ashok Mittal, Sandeep Patak, Soni, and all these MPs who, jumped ship from the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that Kejriwal is corrupt, Kejriwal is compromised, they are now by default BJP MPs in the Rajya Sabha. So that formality is now complete. I think all eyes will now be on what Raghav Chadha does. There was speculation over the weekend that Raghav Chadha was also in touch with Punjab MPs. By virtue of being the Punjab in charge when the elections took place, he played a key role in the elections that took place in Punjab. And that is why there is a sense of fear in the Aam Aadmi Party that perhaps Raghav Chadha could try and break the Punjab unit of the Aam Aadmi Party, or just dislodge the Punjab government itself. Because remember, if he was someone who was in charge of the elections in Punjab, then obviously he played a key role in giving tickets, and by virtue of that he knows each and every candidate in Punjab. So some numbers floating anywhere between 40 to 60 MLAs who claim to have been in touch, or rather he claims he was in touch with in the state of Punjab. And that, similar model of how 7, that is 2/3, 7 of 10 Rajya Sabha MPs of the Aam Aadmi Party joined BJP. Similarly, there was a fear that even in Punjab, 2/3 majority of the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party would simply jump ship to the BJP and perhaps try and form the government there. Now, that's mere speculation. It is a possibility that perhaps he's still in touch with MLAs. But I think the news point here, Aam Aadmi Party's number in the Rajya Sabha has dropped from 10 to 3 after 7 MPs who joined with Raghav Chadha have officially now become BJP MPs. The Rajya Sabha chairman has approved the move because it was a simple 2/3 majority that they required, and that 2/3 majority is with them. So they become BJP MPs by default. Interestingly, you also had the soundbite of Raghav Chadha this morning where he claimed that there was a toxic environment in the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, strange words being used by him, because he's been in that party for the longest time. He's been one of the founding members and one of the closest to Arvind Kejriwal. So the war of words continues, but the news point being that these MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party with Raghav Chadha, the Raghav Chadha 7 who jumped ship, are now officially BJP MPs, including Harbhajan Singh, by the way, who we haven't heard from in the last 2 or 3 days. Hopefully we will in the near future.
Well, thank you, Niranjan, for joining us there. That's Executive Editor Niranjan helping us understand what really happened there, but definitely a big blow coming in for the Aam Aadmi Party at this point of time. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is leading BJP's final push for Bengal today with a roadshow in Diamond Harbour. That's coming up next. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, the big national headline today is the approval by Rajya Sabha chairman of the merger of 7 defected MPs from Aam Aadmi Party into the BJP. This is going to significantly weaken Aam Aadmi Party's voice in the upper house of the parliament. We'll get to this and all the latest, but first, let's start with the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while Aam Aadmi Party's reduces from 10 to 7. Aam Aadmi Party submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party. Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati High Court's order which denied his anticipatory bail plea. Sources claim Lashkar-e-Taiba KPK Khyber Pakhtunkhwa commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown bike-borne assailants in Jhande Bazaar area of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So viewers, the big breaking news that we're getting at this point in time is Rajya Sabha chairman approving the merger of the 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs who defected from the party into the BJP now. This significantly reduces Aam Aadmi Party's tally in the Rajya Sabha in the upper house of the parliament from 3. And in fact, it also raises the number of seats for BJP in the upper house of the parliament. The Aam Aadmi Party's seats are going to be reduced to 3 from 10, so a significant decrease in the number of seats of Aam Aadmi Party. It is going to have severe repercussions for the party, which is technically a national party according to the number of votes it received in the past elections, but now its voice is significantly going to be reduced in the upper house of the parliament. And we are getting the visuals of the press conference by Raghav Chadha, who has now merged with the BJP, joined hands with the BJP. So this is a big news that we are covering at this point in time, where we have official merger of the Aam Aadmi Party MPs. So viewers, now the question also arises whether Aam Aadmi Party leadership will question this further and take a legal route in order to fight back against these 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs. I have my colleague Harsh joining us live to get us more details. Harsh, this is a crucial update. We have seen Rajya Sabha Chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan approving the merger of these 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs. But the question now remains whether Aam Aadmi Party leadership will take a legal route to fight back against these MPs.
Well, right, Hina, now this is a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party and a big breaking news for our viewers that Rajya Sabha Chairman C.P. Radhakrishnan in fact has confirmed, has in fact officially accepted the merger of 7 Rajya Sabha Aam Aadmi Party MPs in BJP. Now this rises BJP's total number of Rajya Sabha MPs from 106 to now 113. Now this also reduces Aam Aadmi Party's number in Rajya Sabha from 10 to just 7. Now remember, 7 of Rajya Sabha MPs from Aam Aadmi Party officially announced a merger with the Bharatiya Janata Party earlier this week. Now this comes as a big development because Raghav Chadha, who is not just a prominent face within the party but has also gained some kind of national prominence in the last few weeks, has come along with 6 other MPs including Swati Maliwal, Ashok Mittal, Sandeep Pathak and others to officially confirm the joining.
Harsh, continue to stay with us. We are also getting a very important voice right now. We have BJP leader RP Singh patched on the phone line. RP Singh, how do you look at this development taking place? Of course, your party's strength has now risen in the upper house of the parliament. What is the next course of action? Do you think there will be a deliberation as to what all positions can be given to these MPs, even if we are hearing that Swati Maliwal, for example, said that even if no seat is given to her, she will still continue to work for the BJP?
Well, this is nothing against, this is not like a bargain which has happened. They were fed up of the style of functioning within the Aam Aadmi Party and the promises which they made, anti-corruption promises which they made, and they didn't fulfill those promises. Rather, they got themselves involved in corruption. So it's basically that. And why shall you assume that they are going to be given any position or they will be given any status in the government? But they are most welcome in the party, and then when they work in the party or in a process, whatever party decides, it will happen.
Right. And do you think that Aam Aadmi Party will take a legal route in this case to fight back these MPs? Because earlier, in a very show of strength, we saw them talking about the legal route and talking about how this is in violation to the 10th schedule, 4th provision. Do you think that they will take any sort of action against these MPs now?
Well, they have the right to go to court, but it won't stand any promise in the court, because fact is that this is legally and technically tenable, and then once the two-third set of people or the two-third of the member parliament decides to merge with the other party, it's legally tenable. But they have right to, it's lawful also, that's for the rule of the parliament. But they can go to court having their interpretation of 10th schedule.
Right. Thank you so much, RP Singh, for getting your thoughts on this very important update. Now, would like to go back to my colleague Harsh joining us from New Delhi, covering this very important update. Harsh, a very big day for the BJP. Are we hearing that there'll be any sort of press conference taking place soon from the BJP side, or maybe Aam Aadmi Party talking about this?
Right, Hina. Now, this is a big developing story that we are fetching for our viewers. There is no official confirmation from any of these parties that they might be holding a press conference later in the day. But this development also, in a way, means that all of these 7 MPs who have now turned rebel against their own party have also managed to evade the anti-defection law that the Aam Aadmi Party was earlier claiming. Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, also wrote to the chairman of Rajya Sabha earlier demanding suspension and termination of all of these 7 Rajya Sabha MPs who were, in fact, officially joining Bharatiya Janata Party. They, in fact, officially announced their merger with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, this comes as a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party because their figure in Rajya Sabha has now significantly come down from 10 to just 7. Meanwhile, BJP's figure in the upper house of the parliament has risen from 106 106 to 113. This comes as an official merger when 7 of the Rajya Sabha MPs from Aam Aadmi Party have announced that they'll be officially serving as the MPs of the Bharatiya Janata Party now. Hina.
Right, and Harsh, also questions will be, raised whether Aam Aadmi Party, of course, former Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chadha will be able to garner strength in Punjab Assembly. So that is done. Now BJP, these Aam Aadmi Party leaders have merged themselves with the BJP. So the next course of action, of course, Raghav Chadha will be looking to strengthen his own cadre and will be seeking backing from the MLAs in the Punjab Assembly.
Well, right. In fact, this also is a very big setback, in fact, for Aam Aadmi Party, because this comes just months ahead of the polls that are bounded for Punjab. Now, Raghav Chadha was a significant face who emerges from Punjab, and he was given significant opportunities within the party to bring some good number from Punjab. Now, 7 of Rajya Sabha MPs from the Aam Aadmi Party, including Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha himself heading the delegation towards Bharatiya Janata Party. This definitely comes as a big development, big setback for Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, it also comes as a big setback just ahead of the polls in Punjab, because Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha, in fact, played significant roles in their earlier victory in Punjab. He, in fact, heads a lot of commands that were given to him by the top leaders of the party, and he was handled a lot of things to take care of in Punjab. Now, this also comes as a big setback, because earlier there were some inputs that there are some legislators in Punjab that are in conversation with the senior BJP leaders, and they might turn rebel against their own parties. Now, this is a big development that we are fetching, that 7 of the Rajya Sabha MPs from Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, have officially confirmed their merger with CP Radhakrishnan, confirming their merger with the Bharatiya Janata Party here in New Delhi.
Very interesting to see, because Aam Aadmi Party said that only 3 leaders will be defecting, but we are seeing, reports coming out that all 7 MPs have in fact merged themselves with the BJP. Harsh, continue to stay with us. We have one more breaking to give our viewers. Raghav Chadha has posted a new video again after his exit from Aam Aadmi Party. He is giving out clarification as to why he left the party. A new video posted by Raghav Chadha after quitting Aam Aadmi Party. He says that Aam Aadmi Party is corrupt and compromised. A big statement this morning, as Aam Aadmi Party is looking at a big downfall. Remember, earlier Arvind Kejriwal also posted a video saying that he is not going to appear before the court in the Delhi liquor excise policy case, and now we have Raghav Chadha releasing a statement also saying that Aam Aadmi Party is a totally corrupt party, it's a compromised party, and he is in fact thanking everyone for backing him up in this new political journey. He's posted a new video. We are going to play that out for you. Let's take a look.
पिछले 3 दिनों से आप सबके बहुत मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं। आप में से ज्यादातर लोग मुझे बेस्ट विशेस दे रहे हैं, कंग्रेचुलेट कर रहे हैं, और कुछ लोग मेरे इस फैसले के पीछे क्या रीजंस हैं वो जानना चाहते हैं। तो आज ये वीडियो उनके लिए और उन लोगों के लिए भी जिन लोगों ने शायद मेरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं देखी। दोस्तों, पॉलिटिक्स में आने से पहले मैं एक प्रैक्टिसिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट था। मेरे सामने एक बेहतरीन करियर था, लेकिन मैं उस करियर को छोड़कर पॉलिटिक्स में आया। अपने करियर को बनाने के लिए पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं आया, और एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का फाउंडिंग मेंबर बना, जिस पार्टी को मैंने अपने प्राइम यूथ के 15 साल दिए, अपने खून पसीने से, बहुत मेहनत से इस पार्टी को सींचा। लेकिन आज ये पार्टी वो पुरानी वाली पार्टी नहीं रही। इस पार्टी में आज एक टॉक्सिक वर्क एनवायरनमेंट है। आपको काम करने से रोका जाता है, पार्लियामेंट में बोलने से रोका जाता है, और ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आज चंद करप्ट और कॉम्प्रोमाइज लोगों के हाथ में फंसकर रह गई है, जो अब देश के लिए नहीं, अपने निजी पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम करते हैं। पिछले कुछ सालों से मैं ये फील कर रहा था that perhaps I'm the right man but in the wrong party, और इसी के चलते मेरे सामने सिर्फ 3 ऑप्शंस थे। पहला ऑप्शन कि मैं पॉलिटिक्स ही छोड़ दूं, दूसरा ऑप्शन कि मैं इसी पार्टी में रहूं और चीजें ठीक करने की कोशिश करूं, जो कि हुआ नहीं, और तीसरा ऑप्शन कि मैं अपनी एनर्जी और एक्सपीरियंस लेकर पॉजिटिव पॉलिटिक्स करूं, एक और प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ, एक और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के साथ जुड़कर सकारात्मक राजनीति करूं। इसीलिए मैंने, अकेले ने नहीं, मेरे साथ 1 नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 नहीं, 4 नहीं, 5 नहीं, 6 और सांसदों ने, यानी कि कुल 7 MPs ने यह फैसला लिया कि हम अपनी इस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से रिश्ता तोड़ते हैं। एक आदमी गलत हो सकता है, 2 आदमी गलत हो सकते हैं, लेकिन 7 लोग गलत नहीं हो सकते। और वो अनगिनत लोग जो एजुकेटेड एरुडाइट लोग थे, जो इस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के सपने के साथ जुड़े थे, वो तमाम लोग जो इस पार्टी को छोड़ के चले गए, क्या वो सारे गलत हो सकते हैं? आप ऐसे समझिए, आप में से जितने ऑफिस गोइंग लोग हैं, यदि आपका वर्क प्लेस एक टॉक्सिक प्लेस बन जाए, उसका एनवायरनमेंट टॉक्सिक हो जाए, तो आप कितना काम कर पाएंगे? क्या आप वहां काम कर पाएंगे? अगर आपको वहां काम करने से रोका जाए, आपकी मेहनत को दबाया जाए, आपको चुप कराया जाए, तो आप क्या करेंगे? उस स्थिति में सही फैसला यही है कि आप उस वर्क प्लेस को छोड़ दें। शायद हमने भी वही किया। अब में से बहुत सारे लोगों ने यह भी मुझसे पूछा कि क्या मैं वैसे ही आपके मुद्दे, ऑर्डिनरी प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ ऑर्डिनरी सिटीजंस उठाता रहूंगा या बंद कर दूंगा? मैं उन्हें विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि मैं आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स को लगातार और एनर्जी के साथ और जोश के साथ उठाऊंगा। और अच्छी बात यह है कि अब हम उन प्रॉब्लम्स की सॉल्यूशंस को भी ढूंढ पाएंगे और उसे इंप्लीमेंट करा पाएंगे।
Harsh, you heard that video where Raghav Chadha is calling the Aam Aadmi Party corrupt and also saying that it is a very toxic party and that's the reason he left it. But of course, he was not also named as a star campaigner in the elections that are underway right now, but it is also going to be giving a dent to Aam Aadmi Party because it is looking to fight elections in several states, Gujarat, Goa and Punjab especially.
Well, right, Hina, it is very important for our viewers to understand that Raghav Chadha over the past few years has gained national significance, especially among young people. And youth was the audience that Raghav Chadha used to attract the most from Aam Aadmi Party. And now, when he has joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, this comes as a big dent for Aam Aadmi Party just ahead of polls in Punjab. Now, he has claimed that it was the toxic environment within the party that has led him, along with 6 other MPs, to join the Bharatiya Janata Party. Moving ahead with political development that comes for all our viewers now, Raghav Chadha has also claimed that the top leaders within the Aam Aadmi Party have in fact turned corrupt, and he has also claimed that the work environment within the party has turned toxic. Now, this comes as a big development for BJP because their number in Rajya Sabha have now significantly risen from 106 to 113. Meanwhile, this comes also as a big dent for Aam Aadmi Party because their number has sharply declined from 10 to just 7. Now, these are 2/3 of Rajya Sabha MPs from Aam Aadmi Party who have now, in fact, officially merged with the Bharatiya Janata Party, causing a big dent, causing a significant damage to Aam Aadmi Party, and this comes as a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal as well as Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, thank you so much, Harsh, for getting us all of these details. Continue to track the developments in this very big political story that we are tracking. Now, viewers, moving on, a political storm continues to intensify in Punjab also, following the dramatic exit of senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders to the BJP. Now, a fresh twist has risen. Rajya Sabha MP Harbhajan Singh's security cover has reportedly been withdrawn by the Punjab police, only to be partially restored, with central forces stepping in now. Now, this comes amid massive outrage on the ground, with Aam Aadmi Party workers taking to the streets, branding former party leaders as traitors and targeting their residences as well. Now, with allegations of political vendetta, security concerns and a widening war of words between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, the crisis is now spilling onto the streets beyond the politics. We have a detailed report. Let's take a look.
In a fresh development, Punjab police has reportedly withdrawn the Y+ security cover of Rajya Sabha MP and former cricketer Harbhajan Singh, 2 days after his switch from AAP to the BJP. Sources say nearly 9 to 10 personnel were removed, even as CRPF personnel were later seen deployed outside his Jalandhar residence. The move comes amid escalating protests, with AAP workers targeting homes of rebel MPs, including Harbhajan Singh, Ashok Mittal and Rajinder Gupta. Angry protesters spray-painted "traitor" on their walls, accusing the leaders of betraying Punjab's mandate. The political fallout follows the dramatic exit of Raghav Chadda, Sandeep Pathak and 5 other MPs, leading to a 2/3 split of the Aam Aadmi Party. Chadda alleged that Aam Aadmi Party had deviated from its core principles and values, while Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann hit back, calling the MPs traitors.
जिस आम आदमी पार्टी को मैंने अपने खून और पसीने से सींचा और अपनी जवानी के 15 साल दिए, वो आम आदमी पार्टी आज पूरी तरीके से अपने सिद्धांतों से, अपने मूल्यों से, अपने कोर मॉरल और वैल्यूज से भटक चुकी है। और अब ये पार्टी देश के लिए नहीं, देश के हित के लिए नहीं, बल्कि अपने पर्सनल फायदे के लिए काम कर रही है।
AAP has accused the BJP of orchestrating a party split, while the BJP maintains the leaders left voluntarily. With security concerns, street protests and political mudsliding intensifying, the crisis marks a major flashpoint in Punjab politics and in what happens to Aam Aadmi Party next.
And now, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in from the poll-bound state of West Bengal, where 8 crude bombs have been recovered, in fact, from Habra in North 24 Pargana district. This comes after Uttar Kashipur, where another cache was recovered. During the operation, a significant cache of suspected explosive materials was recovered from an abandoned house near a burial ground. Now, the seizure includes 79 crude bomb-like objects, approximately 3.37 kilograms of gunpowder and 1.61 kilograms of sulfur, jute ropes and 10 packets of roll caps. With assistance of the bomb disposal squad, these crude bombs were recovered. All materials have been seized as per the prescribed procedures. Now, further investigation is currently underway, but this is a big recovery that took place in North 24 Parganas in Bengal. Remember, this is a very sensitive state that we're talking about, which is undergoing election voting as of now. And we have the visuals of the recovery that took place in Kolkata, where massive number of crude bombs were recovered. We also have the visuals of the police officials carrying out the investigation after the recovery in the North 24 Pargana areas. Remember, this is a very, very sensitive state that we're talking about. When the polling was taking place on 23rd of April, we saw massive poll violence taking place. So it indicates that something big was about to happen. But before that, this recovery took place. And we are talking about 8 crude bombs being recovered. So a significant feat achieved by the police officials. Remember, we have a huge number of security personnel as of now in Bengal. I have my colleague Kishle joining us live to get us more details. Kishle, this is a state that we're talking about which has over 2 lakh CAPF personnel present in the state as polling is underway. We are going to see the second phase happening on 29th of April, and this is a big achievement. But what can you tell us from your sources? Are you gathering something that these people were trying to do something big, or was it, what was the purpose, what was the intention behind this?
To be very frank, these bombs are recovered so close to a polling center that the locals are right now very much scared. The locals who are supposed to be voting in this particular voting center, they are very scared because these crude bombs were stored in a place which is very close to a voting center in Habra in North 24 Pargana. Now, this particular voting center and this particular area has been in news in the past elections as well. There has been clashes and there has been chaotic situations in this particular area of North 24 Pargana. In fact, in the same North 24 Pargana district, yesterday night we saw there was a clash between TMC and BJP workers in Jogoddal, in which a CAPF personnel was injured as well. Now, today we see a huge number of bombs are being recovered from a very close location to a polling booth in Habra, North 24 Pargana. It is, of course, as you rightly pointed out, an achievement from the part of the security personnel to recover these bombs before the pollings begin, but also the security personnel the police personnel are trying to understand whether more such explosives, bombs or other weapons are being stored in and around North 24 Pargana. or not. We know in the second phase of election on 29, there are various sensitive booths and locations that have been identified by the Election Commission, and which includes large sections of North 24 Pargana.
Right, Krishna, thank you so much for getting us these details. Of course, a very concerning situation given the fact that it was in close proximity to a polling station. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We have more lined up for you on the other side of a break, slipping into a very short one. Sources claim Lashkar-e-Taiba Khyber Pakhtunkhwa commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by an unknown bike-borne assailants in Jhande Bazaar area of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the
Less than 48 hours to go before Bengal votes in Phase 2 and 143 seats go to polls. A record turnout in Phase 1. Will Phase 2 be as incident-free? Crude bombs and violence could be the headline in Phase 2. We'll tell you why on the live report at 12 p.m.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while Aam Aadmi Party's reduces from 10 to 7. Aam Aadmi Party submits petition to Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit their party. Congress leader Pawan Khera moves Supreme Court against Guwahati High Court's order, which denied his anticipatory bail plea. Sources claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown bike-borne assailants in Jahande Bazaar area of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Iran's National Security Committee spokesperson accuses Pakistan of failing to act as a neutral intermediary in the talks with the United States. It also claims that Pakistan has not openly communicated that US initially accepted its proposals before reversing its position. Iran presents mediators with 3-phase negotiation framework, starting with ceasefire and guarantees before progressing to Hormuz management and finally nuclear talks. Shooter who attempted Trump assassination at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to face court today. India and New Zealand to sign free trade agreement today. Deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. Viewers, in a major developing story, Vijay Wadetiwar, a senior Congress leader from the Maharashtra, has said that the firing at the White House Correspondents Association dinner attended by U.S. President Donald Trump was inevitable given his style of governance and drew a parallel with India. And he also said that Trump sought to dominate globally and unsettle other nations, as you saw, so shall you reap, as he said. And he also continues to say that since things did not go the way he had expected, this was bound to happen. This was Congress MLA. He said, Wadetiwar, he was saying that this drawing parallel to India, that the mood is even similar. He refrained from naming any neta or constitutional post as of now in his statement, but he did say that since people here are not coming out, there is an illusion that everything is fine, but people still have the same sentiment that India has been damaged. He says, Wadetiwar said the firing itself was unfortunate. However, this should not have happened to someone holding such a high office. And he continues to say that public response often reflects the nature of leadership. And he also says that public mood is similar to India as well, that the illusion that everything is fine here is simply an illusion. Congress MLA from Maharashtra saying that the leadership is in fact inviting such a violent response from the people, and he says that the leadership in fact invites such a violent action, saying that India, however, looks peaceful on the outside is simply an illusion, saying that the public mood is quite different.
नहीं देखिए, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, जैसा करेगा वैसा भरेगा। उसने जो सत्ता में होते हुए, सर्वोच्च पद पर होते हुए, उसने पूरे दुनिया को, वर्ल्ड को जिस तरह से उसने काबू करने के लिए, कब्जा करने के लिए हर कंट्री को डिस्टर्ब करने का काम किया, हर कंट्री पे अपना कंट्रोल करने का काम किया, और सब पूरा दुनिया हमारी गुलाम है, इस तरह की उसकी जो भाषा है, और देश को भी उसने बर्बाद किया। ईरान से कोई संबंध नहीं था, फिर भी उसने इजराइल को पकड़कर जो वार किया, उसमें वो तो होना ही था। आज ट्रम्प ने पूरे अमेरिका को बर्बाद कर चुका है अपने मंसूबे पूरे करने के लिए, अपनी इच्छाओं को पूर्ति करने के लिए। जैसे कि देश में चल रहा है अपने हिंदुस्तान में, वैसे ही वहाँ चला, तो वो होना ही था। जितने लोग रास्ते पर उतरकर उनका विरोध किया, अब हिंदुस्तान में उतर नहीं रहे, तो इनको लग रहा है कि सब कुछ आलबेल है। लोगों में वही भावना आज भी है कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान भी वो बर्बादी के रास्ते पर चल रहा है। ट्रम्प के साथ हुआ, ये सही मायने से उस सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं होना चाहिए था, पर जैसे करेगा तो जनता उसका जवाब देगी, यही उस घटना से दिखता है।
इन मोदी विरोध, Congress party is now doing Desh Virod. Congress's senior leader Vijay Wadetiwar, who has made many controversial comments about Operation Sindoor, about why a 15 lakh rupee missile was used to save Golden Temple, who has given clean chit to Pakistani terrorists in 26/11, now goes beyond and makes the most obnoxious comment. He says that the shooting attempt at Donald Trump, President Trump, was justified in America, and that there is a similar feeling in India, but Indian government does not know because there are no protests here, but the feeling is the same, and he justified it. And in a way, he is hoping that such an incident takes place here too. You can hate BJP, but why would you want such things to happen in this country? And why would you want to pray or hope for it? 150 times they have abused Prime Minister, threatened him with killing, death threats, मरजा मोदी, मोदी की कब्र को देगी, हिटलर की मौत मरेगा, and now they are down to this. Only because they oppose BJP, they will oppose even somebody who is on a constitutional position that such things should happen. And this is a party which has lost Prime Minister to the bullets of terrorists. And despite that, they are doing this. This is not Mohabbat ki dukaan. This is Samvidhan ka apman, and this is Nafrat ke bhaijan. This is the true face of Congress party.
That was a BJP spokesperson Shehzad Punatwala responding to the statement where Vijay Wadetiwar, Congress MLA from Maharashtra, where he was saying that such a violent incident was invited, in fact, by the nature of the leadership, saying that the sentiments is quite similar in India as well. And that's the Congress MLA Vijay Wadetiwar saying, almost justifying at what happened in the US just a day ago. Now I'm joined by my colleague Meenakshi from Mumbai, and from Mumbai, Meenakshi. First of all, this is a very controversial statement that the Congress MLA has stated, almost justifying the attack that happened, the assassination attempt, to clarify, and the shooter in fact was apprehended. But he's saying that there are similar sentiments in India, and the illusion of peace it's because people are not speaking out. Is he implying or is he hinting that such a violent incident could happen or is possible in India?
You are absolutely right, and you rightly mentioned that his comment is just a justification, we can say, and the Congress leader Vijay faced criticism after this reaction to the shooting incident at a gala dinner in Washington, D.C., which was also attended by President Donald Trump. Many interpreted that his remarks as appearing to justify the act. Just to justify the act, as we heard what he had said today on this incident, and Wadekar seems to suggest that attack was long time coming, citing Trump's action and how he was disturbed each country. And he said particularly this, Jaise karni, vaise bharni. You reap what you sow. The way he was, the way he has disturbed each country in the world despite being in the top post, today Trump has used the US to fulfill his own plans. The Congress leader said this, and after this he faced lots of criticism, as he was saying on 4 of the incident. He said there's anger among the people over Trump's action and seemed to suggest that the similar mood prevails in India, even though there was no protest here, just as it is happening in our country. It happened there as well. So this was bound to happen. The same feelings exist among the people today. The whole of India is also moving on the path of this ruin. And the Congress leader said this, and why he said this, the person holding such an important position. You know, he's a senior leader of Congress in Maharashtra. A person holding such an important position should not have been targeted. And he also noted the attack reflected how people will also always react to action. He should be more responsible when someone is a senior leader. He should more responsible to say anything on this on such incident. So criticism over his comment on this incident, and BJP and Shiv Sena are saying he should more responsible when he is a senior leader and he is saying something important on the issue, and he is mentioning the same situation in India, what he want to say. So he should apologize as BJP and Shiv Sena leader of Maharashtra saying Vijay's comments regarding Vijay's comments. Back to studio.
Yes, in fact, thank you so much for your inputs. In fact, a very controversial statement that was alleged from the Congress side, and BJP seeking apology on that. Thank you so much, Meenakshi, for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, let's move on to another major story coming in at this moment. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju has announced that Rajya Sabha Chairman Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan has accepted the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the BJP. The MPs are Raghav Chadha, Sandeep Pathak, Ashok Mittal, Harbhajan Singh, Swati Maliwal, Rajendra Gupta and Vikramjit Singh Sahni. They are now members of the BJP Parliamentary Party. Rijiju said he observed that these 7 MPs have not resorted to abusive languages and never created any indiscipline and unparliamentary conducts. He welcomed them to the nation-building NDA under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and said goodbye to Tukure and Indi alliance, taking a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition as well. Now, after the formal induction of the 7 MPs to the BJP, the 7 Rajya Sabha MPs who resigned from the Aam Aadmi Party and joined the BJP now. And now, viewers, another development coming in. Again, statement from Kiren Rijiju himself, Union Minister. He called the Indi alliance a fraud from the very beginning over women's rights as well. And in a post on X, Rijiju said, but they are best of friends inside Parliament. They were all united in defeating women's rights. The Indi alliance was a fraud from the very beginning. Again, taking a jibe against the Indi alliance and the opposition with respect to the women's reservation bill that could not be passed in the parliament. That just concluded a few weeks ago. And again, after receiving and welcoming the 7 Aam Aadmi parties to the BJP, he spoke of the Congress and the Indi alliance and the Aam Aadmi party, the opposition, of denying to pass the women reservation bill. Now I'm joined by my colleague Hina Sharma from the newsroom who have been tracking this story. And Hina, we are seeing and getting reports that the 7 MPs are now welcome to the BJP. The Rajya Sabha chairman have in fact confirmed this, and now Union Minister have also formally welcomed them. And what are the latest you're taking in at this moment, Hina?
So, Amrita, the latest is that all the 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs who defected from the party have officially merged with the BJP after Rajya Sabha chairman Radhakrishnan, of course, approved the merger. So this, of course, significantly reduces the number of seats for Aam Aadmi Party from 10 to 3 now in the upper house of the parliament. But in the latest, what we are seeing is multiple statements coming in from various union ministers. One of the first one who is posting about it is Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, who in fact takes a jibe at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that this is a fraud party and talks about the larger India alliance and says that this alliance is best of friends when it comes to opposing the women's rights bill in the parliament. He also says that he also in fact welcomes the move and says that these Aam Aadmi Party MPs who defected from the party and merged with the BJP, they are the ones who in fact never used abusive language on the floor of the parliament. They were never unparliamentary in their code of conduct. So appreciating these members and welcoming them in the BJP. This is one of the first statements that we are hearing, but of course we are anticipating that there will be a larger press conference soon, we can speculate, happening from the BJP side, as these 7 members are now joining hands with the BJP officially. Amrita.
Yes, right. And Hina, this is coming on the heels as Aam Aadmi Party is seeking disqualification of the 7 MPs, saying that this is in violation of the anti-defection law. But now with Rajya Sabha chairman welcoming that and formally inducting them into the BJP, what does that look like as of now for the disqualification process?
Well, Amrita, it still remains to be seen what will be the next course of action for the Aam Aadmi Party, but we are hearing multiple voices coming in. Arvind Kejriwal in the morning also gave out a video message and talking about his so-called clean background as far as the Delhi liquor policy excise case is concerned. So, of course, a big downfall for the Aam Aadmi Party. But remember, various leaders from Aam Aadmi Party, we have also seen Supreme Court lawyer Kapil Sibal talking about this particular legal recourse that the party can take in the future. Remember, Kapil Sibal said that as per the 10th schedule of the Constitution, the party members, Aam Aadmi Party members, earlier former ones, are not able, will not be able to merge with the BJP.
Yes, definitely,
so,
Hina. Thank you so much for your inputs, and do track the story, and we'll get back to you very shortly. And now, viewers, we have another big breaking news now coming in from West Bengal. Now, 8 crude bombs have been recovered again from Habra, North 24 Parganas district. This comes after Uttar Kashipur, where another cache was also recovered. And viewers, during the operation, a significant cache of suspected explosive materials was recovered from an abandoned house near a burial ground. And now, viewers, the seizure includes 79 crude bomb-like objects, approximately 3.37 kilograms of gunpowder, 1.61 kilograms kilograms of sulfur with jute ropes as well, and 10 packets of roll caps with the assistance of the bomb disposal squad. This was recovered in Habra constituency in North 24 Parganas as well, and all materials have now been seized as per the prescribed procedure, and further investigation is underway. This is coming on the heels as West Bengal is set to go for the phase 2 and the final phase of elections on April 29 with heavy security, and the Election Commission of India have also beefed up and stepped up to make a free and fair and violence-free polling on the phase 2 as well. And now in this raid where took place in Habra, 79 crude bombs have been recovered with many kilograms of gunpowder and jute bombs. There on your screens you can see those jute bombs were wrapped with jute fiber and containing those gunpowder, including sulfur, was also recovered, and now these have been seized by the bomb disposal squad and taken in custody as well. This took place in an abandoned house that happened in Habra, a key constituency in North 24 Parganas, and now security have been beefed up, and the Election Commission is trying to maintain a free and fair election, a polling on the second phase that's going to polls on the 29th of April. Now, viewers, we have another breaking news coming in at this moment. Aam Aadmi Party submits a petition to the Rajya Sabha chairman seeking termination of the 7 MPs who quit the party. Now, Republic spoke exclusively to Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh. With this regard, let's listen in at his statement.
अभी जो हमारे 7 सांसदों ने पत्र दिया है, मात्र उसका संज्ञान एक तरफा लेते हुए चेयरमैन साहब ने विलय को मंजूरी दी है। लेकिन 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक, संविधान की 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक उनकी सदस्यता कैसे रद्द हो सकती है, इसकी याचिका मैंने दी है। उस याचिका पे अभी तक सुनवाई शुरू भी नहीं हुई है, तो इंतजार कीजिए, उसका फैसला आने दीजिए। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि चेयरमैन साहब लोकतंत्र और संविधान की रक्षा के लिए इन लोगों की सदस्यता रद्द करेंगे, क्योंकि ये कानून के मुताबिक, संविधान के मुताबिक पूरी तरह से गलत है कि आप पार्टी को तोड़ के किसी में विलय कर जाएं। ये इसका कहीं कोई प्रावधान है ही नहीं है। संविधान में इसका दूर दूर तक कहीं प्रावधान नहीं है, तो इसलिए इनकी सदस्यता रद्द होगी और मुझे उस फैसले का इंतजार है। पहले सुनवाई शुरू हो हमारे याचिका पे।
मुझे याद है कि साल 2022 था, राघव चड्ढा ने एक प्राइवेट मेंबर जो बिल होता है, अगर मैं सही हूं, वो लेकर आए थे और कहा था कि दल बदलू कानून को और कड़ा बनाया जाए। और वो कानून तो, उनका विधेयक तो पास नहीं हुआ, लेकिन आज आपको नहीं लगता अगर वो पास हो जाता तो इनके खिलाफ और बेहतर तरीके से?
मैं राघव चड्ढा के उस विधेयक का समर्थन करता हूँ। बिल्कुल और सख्त होना चाहिए कानून, और उस कानून के मुताबिक सबसे पहली कार्रवाई इन्हीं लोगों पे होनी चाहिए।
रिजू कह रहे हैं कि टुकड़े टुकड़े और इंडिया अलायंस को छोड़कर ये 7 सांसद बीजेपी में आ गए हैं। बहुत स्वागत हम इनका करते हैं, क्योंकि ये लोग बहुत अच्छा आचरण सदन में रखते हैं।
किरण रिजू क्या कहेंगे? उनको 7 सांसद बैठे बिठाए मिल रहे हैं, तो कुछ तो बोलेंगे ना। क्या बोलेंगे वो? और टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है जिसने मणिपुर का टुकड़ा टुकड़ा कर दिया? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है जिसने हिंदू मुसलमान में देश को बांटा? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है जो उत्तर और दक्षिण का झगड़ा करा रहे हैं डिलिमिटेशन के नाम पे? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग इस देश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी है।
Well, that was Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh speaking exclusively to Republic about the 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs who resigned from their party and joined the BJP. They are now seeking termination of all 7 of them, even though Rajya Sabha chairman have in fact inducted them into the BJP. And now, viewers, let's take a short break at this moment, but don't go anywhere because we have more stories lined up for you on the other side. As sources claim, Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown bike-borne assailants in the Jande Bajar area of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Correcto. The taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL.
Welcome back, viewers. And in a major economic boost, India is set to sign a landmark free trade agreement with New Zealand on April 27, marking a strategic shift in its global trade approach after opting out of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Now, the deal promises zero duty access for Indian exports while carefully protecting sensitive sectors like dairy and agriculture, reflecting a more calibrated India-first trade policy. Let's take a look into this report.
India and New Zealand are set to sign a landmark free trade agreement on April 27, signaling India's calibrated return to trade deals after staying out of Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership.
3 years ago, National said we'd deliver a free trade agreement with India. They said it couldn't be done, and on Monday, we will sign it. This is about opening the door to 1.4 billion people and one of the fastest growing economies in the world. 1 in 4 of our jobs are tied to trade. So for a country like New Zealand, this is huge.
I'm heading to India with a big group of Kiwi exporters to get the deal signed. This agreement makes it easier for Kiwis to sell more of what we're great at doing to the world. Kiwi fruit from the Bay of Plenty, wine from Central Otago, seafood, meat, honey, right across the country. This deal means more of it can reach customers in India, and that means more money flowing into our communities. That means more jobs, higher wages, and more opportunities for every single Kiwi.
Exports drive our economy, and when we make it easier for New Zealand businesses to compete on the world stage, we support jobs, we lift wages, and most importantly, we put more money in Kiwis' back pockets as a result.
Unlike its decision to walk away from RCEP over concerns of import surges, India has negotiated this deal with strong safeguards to protect domestic industries. While India secures zero duty access on 100% of its exports to New Zealand, it has kept nearly 30% of sensitive sectors like dairy and agriculture outside the agreement. This reflects a clear lesson from the RCEP experience, where fears of cheap imports harming MSMEs and farmers drove India's cautious approach to market opening. At the same time, the deal brings a $20 billion investment commitment and export opportunities, aiming to boost jobs without exposing vulnerable sectors. The India-New Zealand Pact shows how India is re-engaging globally, pursuing trade expansion, but on its own terms, balancing openness with protection.
Less than 48 hours to go before Bengal votes in Phase 2 when 143 seats go to polls. A record turnout in Phase 1. Will Phase 2 be as incident-free? Crude bombs and violence could be the headline in Phase 2. We'll tell you why on the live report at 12 p.m.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. This Monday afternoon, we are building up to the phase 2 of the Bengal elections in 2 days from now. Will we have an incident-free election or will we see violence? Going by the pictures coming out, the nervousness in the Trinamool Congress camp, it appears to be going down to the wire, with bombs, threats, violence being reported in different parts of Bengal as we run up to the second phase. Here are the headlines this Monday afternoon. Bengal braces for a violent final phase of elections. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal in different parts ahead of the second phase. Rajya Sabha chairman approves merger of 7 MPs from the Aam Aadmi Party into the BJP. The tally of the BJP now goes from 106 to 113. Sources claim Lashkar commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown men in Pakistan. Pakistan mediation fails. America says not sending a delegation to Islamabad. Iran openly talks now of how Pakistan may not have been a good choice for mediation. India New Zealand to sign FTA today. Deal provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access. Getting in details now of the crude bombs before the second phase of elections when 143 seats will vote. We've seen a record turnout in phase 1, ladies and gentlemen, and in phase 2 when 143 votes. Will it be incident-free? We don't know. But look at the kind of reports that we are getting in. That's a correction. Over 3,000. I'll just change that. There's a correction. Over 3,000 crude bombs have been recovered in Bengal ahead of elections. Over 3,000, we are told, in different parts of Bengal. Not 300, I'll make a correction. It's over 3,000 bombs have been found. And as these bombs have been recovered ahead of the second phase, there's a petition filed in the Calcutta High Court seeking the court's intervention on violence following incidents of multiple incidents of violence. In the first phase, there were reports in some sections, not many, but some sections. Ahead of phase 2, there is a petition that has now been filed. Concerns are rising after reports that nearly 3,000 crude bombs have reportedly been recovered from different locations. And a public interest litigation, a PIL, has now been filed in the Calcutta High Court seeking the court's intervention over the law and order situation. Petition has been moved by an advocate who has also requested an urgent hearing. It's likely to be heard either today or tomorrow. And this is the latest breaking news update that we have as we get you more details. And the visuals also of the violence that has been taking place in different parts of Bengal where elections will be held in phase 2. We had pictures coming in from Barrackpur. We have all those pictures coming in. But before I go to that, let me see if I have Harsha live joining us with the details of the recoveries. Harsha, hearing that 3,000 crude bombs have been found, we don't have the exact number, but roughly that's the number being put at 3,000 crude bombs found. Where are all these recoveries being made?
So, Niranjan, there's not 1, 2, but there's almost 20 assembly constituencies where this has been found. It's Habra, it's Kolkata Port, in the Jagdal area, where today Prime Minister is also doing a public meeting. Just the location where Prime Minister will hold a public meeting today. Ahead of that, almost 10 kilometers ahead of that location is the Barapat area in the Jagdal region, where exactly these bombs have been recovered. And very disturbing news, Niranjan, in context with that phase 2 elections are in 2 days, and also Prime Minister and HM are already campaigning in those areas only. If you talk about the Habra and the Jagdal region and the port region, highly sensitive, vulnerable areas, already more than 9,000 troops have been deployed in those areas. But what we see here is that not only crude bombs have been recovered, but also the clashes have also taken place last night between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP Karyakartas, and it was regarding intimidation, and it was regarding how they were trying and they were planning to rig the polling centers, and that's how the clash broke out. We also saw how one of the CRPF officer got bullet injury on his right leg, and these are the images after that. If we particularly talk about these regions, Niranjan, a heavy security force have now been deployed. More than 1 lakh troops have been mobilized in all these areas to ensure that the security remains heightened. The police mobilization and the para-mobilization has already taken place since last night. And this the breaking, which Republic broke just now, Niranjan, regarding the Calcutta High Court. Let me tell to all our viewers that today after second half, Calcutta High Court will take up this matter, because the matter is for urgent hearing. Election Commission officer is already touring around the constituencies where the second phase of West Bengal election, the election will be conducted, the poll will happen, and also monitoring is taking place, and also the raids are also underway right now at several locations. Niranjan, this is just the tip. 3,000 is not any number in the state of West Bengal. For people of West Bengal, for the people who have been involved in the violence, the TMC goons, this 3,000 is such a low number if we talk about in the past history of violence in West Bengal, and therefore the raids are taking place. The tip which police officers have received is that more and more crude bombs are still in the houses and in the safe areas and in the godowns of many TMC connected goons who are connected with the high profile leaders. That is the reason why from last night to till right now, when I spoke to CEO Manoj Agarwal just 10 to 15 minutes back, he told me that still raids are underway at several places. So these massive raids are happening also, Niranjan, to ensure that there's no violence in the second phase of West Bengal election. In the first phase, we saw there was minimal violence just in 2 to 3 places where we reported also, Niranjan, I was myself there. But this second phase is very important because it is TMC's stronghold. 123 seats TMC won in 2021, and this time they don't want to lose any. So that's a kind of desperation also, and also the intimidation, and also the planning, the pre-planning, the kind of plans are being hatched to how sort of unrest would be created in the second phase of the election. And Niranjan, Diamond Harbour place from where which is the parliamentary constituency of Abhishek Banerjee, which place is very sensitive. In that areas also, weapons have been recovered, crude bombs have been recovered, and explosives have been recovered. The OC, SP of those regions was suspended. So that's the kind of situation which is right now in West Bengal. And what we are understanding is that the raids are being conducted, and we have been told that the troops have been mobilized everywhere in the Jagdal region, Habra region, Hooghly region, Kolkata port region, from where Firad Hakim of TMC is against Rakesh Singh of BJP, and also in the Diamond Harbour region, the Newtown area, where we have seen the demography change also, which has happened immensely huge in the last 15 years. So these are the visuals also on our screen, Niranjan, where we see what was a clash yesterday, last night. These were the clash between TMC goons and how they were trying and planning to fix bombs, explosives and crude bombs at certain places with the intention of creating unrest for the second phase of assembly election.
So bear with me because I'm getting in some breaking news right now. In fact, as we get you the pictures, this is one side of the story. The other side of the story is that the BJP is going all out. The BJP, last day of campaigning, going all out. Prime Minister Modi is speaking live. We'll go across to those pictures. He's in Barrackport. That's where the crude bombs were seen. And Amit Shah, the Home Minister, is also there. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also in Bengal. This is the finale, the campaign finale in Bengal. The Prime Minister is speaking live. Let's cut across.
जो पेंटिंग लेके आए हैं उनसे पेंटिंग लेकर के आगे कर दीजिए, सारे पेंटिंग आगे इकट्ठे कर दीजिए। उधर की तरफ भी कोई हमारी मां का चित्र बना के लाए हैं, शाबाश। मैं मेरे एसपीजी के साथियों को कहूंगा कि वो सारे चित्र कलेक्ट कर ले। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। और जो लोग चित्र के पीछे अपना नाम पता लिखा होगा, उनको मेरी तरफ से धन्यवाद की चिट्ठी जरूर आएगी। मैं भाषण शुरू करने से पहले यहां के मेरे सारे जो उम्मीदवार हैं, उन उम्मीदवार से आग्रह करता हूं वे जरा आगे खड़े हो जाए। जो इस चुनाव में उम्मीदवार है वो आगे खड़े हो जाए। मैं 1-2 मिनट उनको मिल के आता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की। जय मां दुर्गा, जय मां दक्षिणेश्वर काली के मनाचन। साथियों, 1857 में इसी बैरकपुर की धरती ने आजादी की पहली लड़ाई को ताकत दी थी। यही धरती आज बंगाल में परिवर्तन की राह को और प्रशस्त कर रही है। यहां हर तरफ एक ही गूंज है, पलटानो दोरकार, पलटानो दोरकार, पलटानो दोरकार। साथियों, आप सभी इतनी दूर दूर से और सुबह सुबह हमें आशीर्वाद देने आए हैं। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं। मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, करीब 2 किलोमीटर का रास्ता। दोनों तरफ ऐसा लोगों का हुजूम था, मैं कल्पना नहीं कर सकता हूं कि सुबह सुबह हजारों लोग आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए। इससे बड़ा सौभाग्य क्या हो सकता है। साथियों, इस चुनाव में वैसे ये मेरी आखिरी सभा है और बंगाल में जहां जहां गया हूं, बंगाल के लोगों का जो मैंने मिजाज देखा है, मैं इस विश्वास के साथ वापस जा रहा हूं कि 4 मई के नतीजों के बाद बीजेपी के शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में मुझे आना ही है। और इसलिए मेरा उत्साह और बढ़ जाता है। साथियों, मैं पिछले 3-4 दशक से देश के कोने कोने में जाता रहा। राजनीति में आने के बाद, भाजपा में आने के बाद, मैं बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में पार्टी जो भी काम कहती है वो मैं करता हूं। चुनाव की जिम्मेदारियां संभालना भी इसी का एक हिस्सा रहा है। मैं न दिन देखता हूं, न रात, न मौसम देखता हूं, चल पड़ता हूं। साथियों, जब से घर छोड़ा है मुझे आप सबके बीच रहने में सुख मिलता है, सुकून मिलता है और आप ही मेरा परिवार है। इस भागदौड़ में ये भी स्वाभाविक है कुछ थकान हो जाए, आखिर हम सबका शरीर का अपना अपना धर्म होता है। 30-40 साल पहले भी ऐसी भागदौड़ में थकान तो होती ही थी, लेकिन साथियों इस चुनाव में एक अलग ही अनुभव कर रहा हूं। इतनी गर्मी के बावजूद, इतनी रैलियों के बावजूद मुझे बंगाल के इस चुनाव में जरा भी थकान महसूस नहीं हुई। मैं देखता था कि रोड शो तय स्थान पर खत्म होने के बाद भी बहुत आगे तक लोग कतार में लगे हैं, तो मैं दो गुणे उत्साह से फिर उनके बीच चला जाता था। हेलीपैड पर भी यही होता था। ये रोड शो मेरे लिए राजनीतिक कार्यक्रम नहीं रहा। मैं अनुभव करता था ये रोड शो मेरे लिए तीर्थ यात्रा की तरह रहे हैं। मैं मां काली के भक्तों के बीच जाता था तो संभवतः इसलिए मां काली भी मुझे निरंतर नई ऊर्जा से भरती जा रही थी। साथियों, आपको याद होगा जब जनवरी 2024 में अयोध्या में रामलला की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का आयोजन हुआ था, तो उससे पहले मैंने 11 दिनों का अनुष्ठान किया था, व्रत किया था। मैं दक्षिण भारत के अनेक मंदिरों में गया था, देवी देवताओं से आशीर्वाद लिया था। इस चुनाव में भी मुझे वैसी ही अनुभूति हुई है जैसी अनुभूति किसी देवी मंदिर के दर्शन के समय होती है। इसके पीछे बंगाल के प्रति मेरा जो लगाव रहा है, शक्ति की भक्ति रही है, मेरे व्यक्तिगत जीवन की आध्यात्मिक यात्रा का ये ऊर्जा केंद्र रहा है। बंगाल के महान व्यक्तित्वों की प्रेरणा रही है और ईश्वर रूपी आप जनता जनार्दन का अपार प्रेम रहा है। बंगाल में जो आध्यात्मिक अनुभूति हुई है, बंगाल की इस धरती पर मैंने जो अनुभव किया है, उसे मैं स्वयं पर, अपने आप पर बहुत बड़ा आशीर्वाद समझता हूं। साथियों, बंगाल की इन रैलियों में, रोड शो में मुझे इतने अपनत्व भरे संदेश मिले हैं, भांति भांति की तस्वीरें मिली हैं कि मैं उन्हें कभी भी भूल नहीं सकता। मैं रैलियां और रोड शो के बाद जब भी पहला मौका मिलता है, रात में कितनी ही देर क्यों ना हो जाए, बहुत तसल्ली से उन चित्रों को देखता हूं और चित्रों के पीछे जो छोटे छोटे कलाकारों के भाव हैं, उसे महसूस करने की कोशिश करता हूं। आपके संदेशों को, आपके पत्रों को पढ़ता हूं। कहीं पर आपके दर्द भी होते हैं, कहीं पर आपकी मेरे लिए दुआ भी होती है और बाद में मैं अपना जवाब भी लिखवाता हूं। और ये प्रक्रिया जब से चुनाव शुरू हुए तब से चल रही है। बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन का इतना प्रेम मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है। छोटे छोटे बच्चे, युवा, महिलाएं, बुजुर्ग, मैं उनकी आंखों में जो स्नेह देखता हूं, चेहरे पर जो भाव देखता हूं, वो मेरे जीवन की बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। कई बार जब वो मुझे देखकर रो पड़ते हैं तो मुझे भी अपनी भावनाएं नियंत्रित करने में बहुत मेहनत पड़ती है। लेकिन जब मैं रैली स्थल या रोड शो से वापस आता हूं तो बहुत देर तक आपकी आवाज गूंजती रहती है। आपके चेहरे मेरी नजर के सामने से हटते नहीं है। साथियों, मैं कल की ही बात करूं, कल आराम बाग में रैली के दौरान भी मैंने देखा एक छोटी बहन, जब मैं वहां लोगों को संबोधित कर रहा था, उस समय वो बहन रेलिंग तोड़कर आगे आना चाहती थी और तब सिक्योरिटी वालों से उसकी बहन की झड़प भी हो रही थी। वो बहन सुबह सुबह ही रैली स्थल पर आ गई थी। बिना कुछ खाए वो बहन अपने बच्चों को भी कहकर आई थी कि वो मुझसे मिलकर ही जाएगी। मैं उस अपनी बहन को, छोटी बहन को क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं कि मैं उसे वहां मिल नहीं पाया। मैं उसकी भावना की कदर करता हूं, उसके विश्वास का मैं आदर करता हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कभी न कभी उस बहन से मिलना हो ही जाएगा। उस बहन का आशीर्वाद और आप जैसी करोड़ों बहनों का आशीर्वाद मुझ पर सदा सर्वदा बना रहेगा। साथियों, बंगाल की सेवा करना, बंगाल को सुरक्षित करना, बंगाल के सामने उपस्थित एक विराट चुनौती से बंगाल को बचाना, ये मेरे भाग्य में भी है और मेरा दायित्व भी है। और इस दायित्व से मैं पीछे नहीं हटूंगा। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल का ये चुनाव बंगाल के साथ साथ पूरे पूर्वी भारत का, हिंदुस्तान के पूर्वी हिस्से का, पूर्वी भारत का भाग्य बदलने का भी चुनाव है। अतीत में जब भारत समृद्ध था तब उसके 3 मजबूत स्तंभ थे, अंग, बंग और कलिंग। अंग यानी बिहार, बंग यानी बंगाल और कंग यानी कलिंग यानी ओडिशा। ये तीनों स्तंभ कमजोर हुए तो भारत के सामर्थ्य को भी झटका लगा। साथियों, आज भारत जब विकसित होने के लक्ष्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है तो अंग, बंग और कलिंग का मजबूत होना बहुत जरूरी है। भारत का भाग्योदय पूर्वोदय के बिना अधूरा है और भारत के भाग्योदय की सबसे बड़ी ताकत पूर्वोदय का भाग्योदय है। और इसलिए भारत का भाग्योदय और पूर्वोदय दोनों एक दूसरे की पूरक शक्ति है। और इसलिए मैं 2013 से प्रधानमंत्री बनने से पहले से इस बात को पूरे कमिटमेंट के साथ कह रहा हूं कि जब पूर्वी भारत आगे बढ़ेगा, पूर्व का उदय होगा तो देश आगे बढ़ेगा। बीते समय में अंग यानी बिहार ने कमल खिलाया है, कलिंग यानी ओडिशा ने कमल खिलाया है, अब बंग यानी बंगाल की बारी है। और यहां जो माहौल मैं देख रहा हूं, इस बार बंगाल में भी कमल खिलना तय है। अंग, बंग और कलिंग, इस त्रिशक्ति का भरोसा बीजेपी पर है। साथियों, यही बंगाल, यही प्रेसिडेंसी रीजन है जिसने जनसंघ को राजनीतिक आधार दिया था। बंगाल ने डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी को सांसद चुना था और उनकी प्रेरणा बीजेपी का संकल्प बन गई। जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 हटाकर हमने डॉक्टर मुखर्जी का एक संकल्प पूरा किया है। अब हमारे सामने डॉक्टर मुखर्जी का एक और संकल्प है। वो संकल्प है बंगाल की समृद्धि और शरणार्थियों की समस्याओं का पूरा समाधान। और बंगाल में बनने जा रही बीजेपी सरकार डॉक्टर मुखर्जी के उनके इस संकल्प को पूरा करके दिखाएगी। साथियों, भारत की प्रगति, संस्कृति और आजादी में बंगाल की संतानों ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। यहां से कुछ ही दूरी पर ऋषि बंकिम जी का घर है। ये कितना बड़ा संयोग है जब वंदे मातरम के 150 साल पूरे हुए हैं, तभी बंगाल भी एक ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन करने जा रहा है। साथियों, वंदे मातरम गुलामी से मुक्ति का मंत्र बना था। 21वीं सदी में वंदे मातरम को हमें बंगाल के नवनिर्माण का मंत्र बनाना है। मैं बंगाल के हर परिवारजन को भरोसा दिलाता हूं, हम सुजलाम सुफलाम को नीति बनाएंगे, सस्य श्यामलाम को रोजगार की प्रेरणा बनाएंगे, मलयज शीतलाम को सुख समृद्धि का स्रोत बनाएंगे और दुर्गा की शक्ति को सुरक्षा और न्याय की गारंटी बनाएंगे। साथियों, बंगाल में चुनाव प्रचार के दौरान मैंने बंगाल के विकास के लिए बीजेपी का विजन आपके सामने रखा है, लेकिन इस चुनाव में मुझे एक बात बार बार खटकती है। इस चुनाव में टीएमसी के नेताओं ने एक बार भी मां, माटी, मानुष का नाम तक नहीं लिया, नाम तक नहीं लिया। जिस नारे के साथ टीएमसी ने बंगाल में सरकार बनाई थी, वो नारा ही टीएमसी ने भुला दिया है। साथियों, आपने 15 साल इन लोगों को मौका दिया, लेकिन उन्होंने मां के लिए, नारी की सुरक्षा के लिए कुछ नहीं किया। इन्होंने माटी के लिए, किसानों के लिए कुछ नहीं किया। टीएमसी ने युवाओं के लिए भी कुछ नहीं किया। जब बताने के लिए कुछ नहीं है, तो टीएमसी ने एक ही फॉर्मूला अपनाया है। टीएमसी का फॉर्मूला है गाली दो, धमकी दो, झूठ बोलो, जोर से बोलो, बार बार बोलो। इन्होंने मोदी को गाली दी, इन्होंने सेना, संवैधानिक संस्थाएं, सबको गालियां दी। टीएमसी ने बंगाल के लोगों को धमकियां दी, गुंडागर्दी की भाषा में उनसे बात की, लेकिन किसी भी टीएमसी के नेता ने, इतना बड़ा चुनाव चल रहा है, लेकिन अपना 15 साल के काम का रिपोर्ट कार्ड एक बार भी नहीं बताया। साथियों, जो अपने काम का रिपोर्ट नहीं बता सकते, क्या उनको मौका देना चाहिए क्या? ऐसे लोगों को मौका देना चाहिए क्या? जब कुछ किया ही नहीं तो बर्बादी करने के लिए मौका देंगे क्या? साथियों, टीएमसी के पास बंगाल के भविष्य का भी रोड मैप नहीं है। भविष्य में बंगाल के लिए लोग क्या करेंगे, बंगाल को कहां ले जाएंगे, टीएमसी वाले ये भी नहीं बताते, क्योंकि इनके पास न विजन है और न ही कुछ करने की नीयत है। साथियों, बंगाल में परिवर्तन क्यों आवश्यक है, इसका जवाब बैरकपुर से बेहतर भला कौन जानता है। जिस बैरकपुर में बाहर से लोग काम के लिए आते थे, आज स्थिति ये है वहां से लोग पलायन के लिए मजबूर है। जहां कभी मिलों, फैक्ट्रियां और कारखानों से मशीनों की आवाजें आती थी, वहां अब बमबाजी और गोलियों की गूंज रहती है। साथियों, इस क्षेत्र की पूरी औद्योगिक बेल्ट बेहाल होती जा रही है। ऑकलैंड जूट मिल के साथ क्या हुआ, ये आप सभी ने देखा है। शाम को श्रमिक काम से आए, थके हारे सो गए, सुबह फिर काम पर गए तो देखा गेट पर ताला लग चुका था। ऐसी खबरें आज बैरकपुर का, बंगाल का दुर्भाग्य बन चुकी है। यहां जूट मिले, पेपर मिले, कपड़ा उद्योग, एक के बाद एक ये सब बंद हो रहे हैं। बीते कुछ महीनों में ही बैरकपुर इंडस्ट्रियल बेल्ट में करीब 1 दर्जन जूट मिलें बंद हो चुकी है। साथियों, एक तरफ आपको रोजगार देने वाली मिलें बंद हो रही है और दूसरी तरफ गुंडों को रोजगार देने वाली कच्चे बम की फैक्ट्रियां फल फूल रही है। टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट की दुकानों का विस्तार हो रहा है। ये है टीएमसी का महाजंगल राज। आप सोचिए, आपको अपना मकान, दुकान, खेत खलिहान का फैसला करना हो तो टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट को पूछना होता है। तो फिर नई फैक्ट्री और कारखाने लगाने के लिए क्या क्या नहीं करना पड़ता होगा। इसलिए टीएमसी के इस सिंडिकेट को भगाना ही होगा, टीएमसी को हराना ही होगा। हराओगे, पूरी ताकत से हराओगे। साथियों, बीजेपी सरकार यहां जनता जनार्दन का राज लाएगी। बीजेपी सरकार यहां कानून का राज लाएगी। आज भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए पूरी दुनिया उत्साहित है। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं, कोलकाता के इर्द गिर्द का ये पूरा इलाका मेक इन इंडिया अभियान का एक बहुत बड़ा हब बनेगा। बीजेपी सरकार मिलों और फैक्ट्रियों से जुड़ी हर समस्या का समाधान खोजेगी। यहां जो भी इंडस्ट्री संघर्ष कर रही है, उसके लिए बीजेपी सरकार एक ठोस रिवाइवल प्लान बनाएगी। आप यहां बीजेपी का सीएम बनाइए और फिर पीएम सीएम एक साथे, पीएम सीएम एक साथे उन्नयन होवे दिने राते। साथियों, बंगाल ने दशकों तक पलायन की तकलीफ सह ली। यहां रोजगार था नहीं, इसलिए बच्चे मजबूरी में बाहर कमाने चले गए। यहां कोलकाता और इस पूरे क्षेत्र में बड़े बुजुर्ग अकेले रह गए। अपने लिए ओल्ड एज होम तलाशने वाले बुजुर्गों की संख्या यहां लगातार बढ़ रही है। ये स्थिति बहुत पीड़ा देने वाली है। इसलिए बंगाल की बीजेपी सरकार की बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता होगी बंगाल के युवाओं को बंगाल में रोजगार। मैं आज बंगाल के युवाओं को भी 5 गारंटी दे रहा हूं और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। 4 मई के बाद बंगाल में रोजगार से जुड़े 5 बड़े काम तेजी से होंगे। पहला, बंगाल में सरकारी भर्तियां तय समय पर निकलेगी। भर्तियां पारदर्शी तरीके से होगी और रोजगार मेलों में युवाओं को नियुक्ति पत्र दिए जाएंगे। दूसरा, जो भी पद खाली पड़े हैं उनको तेजी से भरा जाएगा और जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं उनको टीएमसी के भय से मुक्त किया जाएगा। बंगाल के मेरे सरकारी कर्मचारी भाई बहन, मोदी की एक गारंटी सुन लो। कर्मचारियों को 7th पे कमीशन का पूरा लाभ दिया जाएगा। तीसरा, बंगाल में कंटेंट क्रिएशन से जुड़े रोजगार यानी क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी का विस्तार किया जाएगा। आर्ट और क्राफ्ट में, गेमिंग और अन्य क्रिएटिविटी की फील्ड में युवाओं के लिए नए प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए जाएंगे। बंगाल के स्कूल कॉलेज में भी कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स लैब बने, इस पर काम किया जाएगा। चौथा, गांव में 125 दिन के रोजगार की गारंटी मिलेगी। यहां बीजेपी सरकार गांव में रोजगार देने वाला जी राम जी कानून लागू करेगी। साथ ही पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना और पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना को पूरी तरह यहां लागू किया जाएगा ताकि हमारे कारीगर, हमारे शिल्पी और हमारे जो मछुआरे भाई बहन हैं उनके रोजगार का विस्तार हो, उनकी कमाई और अधिक बढ़े। और पांचवा, शहरों में जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर है, जो रेडी ठेले फुटपाथ पर काम करने वाले साथी हैं, उनको पीएम स्वनिधि योजना का पूरा लाभ मिलेगा। रेडी फुटपाथ पर काम करने वाले साथियों को बैंकों से मदद मिलेगी। ठेले वालों की जेब में भी स्वनिधि क्रेडिट कार्ड होगा, यानी लेन देन के लिए कहीं भी हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ेगा। साथियों, याद रखिए, ये सिर्फ वादे नहीं है, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। आप यहां बीजेपी का सीएम बनाइए और डबल इंजन का डबल लाभ पाइए। साथियों, अच्छा पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट कोलकाता शहर में ईज ऑफ लिविंग के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। बीजेपी को इसलिए वोट देना है ताकि यहां कोलकाता मेट्रो का तेजी से विस्तार हो सके। कोलकाता की जो ट्राम की विरासत है उसका संरक्षण हो सके, बंगाल में इलेक्ट्रिक बसों का नया नेटवर्क बने। साथियों, ये मिट्टी रानी रश्मनी के साहस और संकल्प की गाथा से समृद्ध। उन्होंने मछुआरों के हक को बचाने के लिए अंग्रेजी हुकूमत से टक्कर ली थी। जिस बंगाल की विरासत ऐसी है, वहां की बेटियों को टीएमसी के भयभीत करके रखा था। मैं एक बार फिर सभी बहनों बेटियों से कहना हूं, टीएमसी ने आपके वोट का मान नहीं रखा है। टीएमसी ने इस महान राज्य को बेटियों के लिए असुरक्षित बना दिया है। आप जब वोट देने जाएं तो उन गुंडों, उन मस्तानों के चेहरे याद करना जो टीएमसी के नाम पर अत्याचार करते रहे हैं। आप कमल छाप पर वोट दीजिएगा, ताकि कानून व्यवस्था ऐसी अच्छी बने कि बेटियां बिना चिंता के भी रात में बाहर निकल सके। मैं जिन बहनों बेटियों के साथ अन्याय हुआ है, उनको भी वादा करता हूं, उनको पूरा न्याय मिल सके। इसलिए हमारा चुन चुन करके हिसाब लेने का वादा है। सारी फाइलें खोली जाएंगी। साथियों, बेटियों की पढ़ाई, कमाई, दवाई, सुरक्षा और सुनवाई, ये बीजेपी की प्राथमिकता है। मातृशक्ति भरोसा कार्ड एक प्रकार से 36,000 रुपये का चेक है। इतना सारा पैसा एक साल में बंगाल की बहनों को मिलेगा। इतना ही नहीं साथियों, बंगाल की बहनों बेटियों के लिए जीवन के हर चक्र में एक सुरक्षा कवच बुना गया है। बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार गर्भावस्था के दौरान 21,000 रुपये की सीधी मदद देगी। बेटी हुई तो सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना के तहत ज्यादा ब्याज मिलेगा। बेटियों को सर्वाइकल कैंसर का टीका मुफ्त लगाया जाएगा। साथियों, बेटी जब कॉलेज पहुंचेगी तो उसकी पढ़ाई के लिए 50,000 रुपये की मदद मिलेगी। और सरकारी नौकरी में भी बंगाल की बीजेपी सरकार बेटियों को 33% आरक्षण देगी। इसके अलावा पुलिस फोर्स में बहुत बड़ी संख्या में बेटियों को भर्ती किया जाएगा। गांव की जो बहनें, उन्हें लखपति दीदी अभियान के तहत मदद दी जाएगी। अगर कोई बेटी स्वरोजगार करना चाहती है तो उसको 20 लाख रुपए तक का बिना गारंटी का मुद्रा लोन दिया जाएगा। साथियों, शादी के बाद गरीब परिवार की बेटी को अपने घर की चिंता नहीं होगी। बीजेपी पीएम आवास योजना के तहत 1.5 लाख रुपए बहनों को देगी। पक्का घर बन सके। घर बनाया गया तो बिजली पानी की भी चिंता होती है। बीजेपी हर घर नल से जल पहुंचाएगी और आपका बिजली बिल 0 हो, इसके लिए लगभग 80,000 रुपये बीजेपी सरकार हर परिवार को देगी, ताकि आप अपनी छत पर सोलर पैनल लगा सके। साथियों, मोदी ने गरीब परिवार की बहनों बेटियों के लिए मुफ्त अनाज और मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा दी है। लेकिन टीएमसी के मंत्री आपके हिस्से का चावल भी लूट लेते हैं। बीजेपी सरकार इस लूट को बंद करेगी। एक और गारंटी आप लिख दीजिए, बीजेपी सरकार की पहली कैबिनेट मीटिंग में ये आयुष्मान भारत योजना लागू करने पर निर्णय होगा। इससे लाखों बहनों बेटियों को, बुजुर्ग माताओं को, बुजुर्गों को 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज मिलेगा। साथियों, टीएमसी ने कोलकाता को लंदन बनाने का वादा किया था, लेकिन 15 साल में इन्होंने कोलकाता की पहचान ही बदल दी। यहां घुसपैठियों को बसा दिया। मैं हर कोलकाता वासी से कहूंगा, हमें मिलकर कोलकाता को कोलकाता ही बनाना है। उसकी पहचान बदले जाने से रोकना है। सिटी ऑफ जॉय 21वीं सदी में सिटी ऑफ फ्यूचर भी बने, ये काम हमें करना है। साथियों, मैं फिर अपनी बात दोहराऊंगा, बीजेपी के सेवा काल में किसी भी भारतीय नागरिक, चाहे वो किसी भी मत मजहब का हो, उनको कोई परेशानी नहीं होगी, लेकिन घुसपैठियों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। घुसपैठियों को खदेड़ा जाएगा। और साथियों, मैं सभी शरणार्थियों को, मतुआ नामशूद्र परिवारों को भरोसा देता हूं कि आपको नागरिकता मिलकर ही रहेगी। आपको हर वो कागज मिलेगा, हर वो हक मिलेगा जो किसी भी भारतीय को मिल रहा है। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने कहा था, तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं तुम्हें आजादी दूंगा। तुम मुझे खून दो, मैं आज आपसे एक अवसर मांग रहा हूं। आपने 70 साल कांग्रेस, लेफ्ट और टीएमसी को दिए हैं। आज ये तीनों ही एक गठबंधन में है, एक ही थाली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं। आप एक मौका भाजपा को देकर देखिए, आप एक मौका मोदी को देकर देखिए। हम सब मिलकर बंगाल को हर बेड़ी से आजादी दिलाएंगे। आजादी हिंसा और दंगों से, आजादी टीएमसी के भय और भ्रष्टाचार से, आजादी टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट से, आजादी घुसपैठ और घुसपैठियों से, आजादी बेरोजगारी और बेकारी से, आजादी तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद की बीमारी से। साथियों, यही वो आजादी है 21वीं सदी में बंगाल का पुराना गौरव फिर से लौटाएगी। इन सभी साथियों को दिया आपका एक एक वोट यहां बीजेपी का सीएम बनाएगा और फिर पीएम सीएम एक साथे उन्नयन होवे दिने राते। इसी आग्रह के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब पूरी ताकत लगा देंगे, पहले चरण का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ देंगे, उनसे भी ज्यादा वोटिंग करेंगे। हर बूथ में से टीएमसी को साफ कर देंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, कमल जिताएंगे। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वंदे 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 वंदे।
Taking a short break, coming up, Home Minister Amit Shah held a massive roadshow in Diamond Harbour earlier today. Listen in to this exclusive interview after a short break.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASR...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, this Tuesday, the Republic Real Estate by Infra Summit will be taking place, and it brings together one of India's most definitive platforms focused on the future of growth, development and urban transformation. At a time when India's infrastructure push is accelerating and real estate is being redefined by new demand, policy and shifts. Capital flows. This summit goes straight to the heart of what's changing and what comes next, from mega infrastructure corridors to evolving cityscapes, from investment momentum to the future of housing. These are conversations shaping how India builds, with voices from policy, industry and investment. This is where vision meets execution. As India builds for next decade, these are the ideas and insights defining that journey. Getting you these pictures coming in from Barrackpur in West Bengal, where Prime Minister Modi is once again. We can see that there is a big show there, road show, and Prime Minister Modi, a short while back, said that it is not only his destiny but also his duty to serve Bengal and save the state from a huge challenge, and that he will not step back from that duty. Prime Minister Modi waving to the crowds as they have turned out in large numbers to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Yesterday, he was holding a road show in Kolkata that happened yesterday. We had got to those pictures where many had lined up for that 7-kilometer road show yesterday, and right now we see Prime Minister Modi once again in Barrackpur after he addressed a couple of rallies there. And he was speaking at the Vijay Sankalp rally in Barrackpur a short while back. He said that I've been traveling to every corner of the country for the last 3 or 4 decades. After entering politics, after joining the BJP as a BJP worker, I've done whatever the party asks of me. Taking on election responsibilities has also been a part of this. He further added that he has full confidence in the people of Bengal that they will make the BJP win the elections, and he will be attending the party's swearing-in ceremony after May 4th results. So he has talked about multiple issues as well, and also adding that the West Bengal elections will change the destiny of Bengal as well as Eastern India. And he also spoke about how when India was prosperous in the past, Bihar, Bengal and Odisha were the 3 pillars. So today as India moves forward, he says, intending to become developed for this, Bengal, Bihar and Odisha need to be strong. So this is a very, very important message. He's aiming his gun at TMC. PM Modi said that during the election campaign in Bengal, I have presented BJP's vision for the state's development before you. However, one thing has repeatedly concerned me in this election, that TMC leaders have not even mentioned Ma, Mati, Manush, the very slogan on which they came to power. So that was Prime Minister Modi ripping into the TMC. Barrackpur, West Bengal, pictures coming in of Prime Minister Modi there. Also remember that it is the last day of campaigning ahead of the phase 2 of elections in West Bengal. And viewers, in exclusive conversation with Republic Home Minister Amit Shah targeted the TMC government in West Bengal. He said, you have come from Delhi, but here, under the TMC government, even journalists are not spared. Hooliganism has reached its absolute peak. Pointing to a crowd, Shah added, ask your cameraman to show this crowd. Upon seeing this gathering, anyone would realize that this time around, it is Tata goodbye for Mamta Didi. This is what the top leaders are saying. Let's go ahead and play out that statement.
कहाँ घर बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
ओके सर, वो में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर, जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे। तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर, ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं, कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती। कहाँ घर बचा है, पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
ओके सर, वो में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर, जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे। तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल, बात करें सर, ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है। कैसे देख रहे हैं, कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके हैं।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता, पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
The Republic also spoke to West Bengal's LOP Subindu Adhikari. Let's listen in to what he had to say as we are getting closer and closer to the phase 2 of West Bengal polls.
जनता जाग चुका है, बम्पर वोटिंग होगा, 95% वोटर वोटिंग करेगा। पिछले टाइम तो मुसलमान वोट करता है, इस बार हिंदू वोट कर रहा है, पता चल जाएगा।
कल जगदल में भी बवाल हो गया। कल एक तरीके से जो टीएमसी के लोग हैं उन पे मारपीट का आरोप लगा, पूर्व सांसद को भी टारगेट किया गया, एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है।
पूरा टाइट कर दिया कल रात को, सबको उठा के बंद कर दिया जगदल में। इस बार इलेक्शन कमीशन और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स शांति के लिए और डेमोक्रेसी के लिए जो काम कर रहा है, ये काम होना चाहिए आने वाला दिन में भी। हमारी रिस्पेक्टेड अमित शाह जी ने बता दिया, जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है उसको हेल्प करने के लिए 2500 कंपनी सीआरपीएफ आने वाला 6 महीना भी रहेगा। 4 तारीख जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है तो पुलिस नहीं है, सिविक वॉलंटियर थाना चला रहा है। इसलिए अमित शाह जी 2500 कंपनी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स बंगाल में प्रोवाइड किया, आने वाला 6 महीना भी रखेगा। सब गुंडा को सीधा करने का काम आने वाला बीजेपी सरकार करेगा।
पिछली बार आप नंदीग्राम से चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, वहां पे आपने ममता दीदी को हरा दिया था। इस बार भवानीपुर सीट पर भी आपके लिए वही फाइट है, कैसा माहौल देख रहे हैं आप? भवानीपुर सीट
जनता जाग चुका है, फाइट कुछ नहीं है। 1,25,000 सनातनी वोटर्स है, 1 लाख पड़ जाएगा तो 90,000 कमल के निशान पर ही चला जाएगा। और ममता बनर्जी जीतता है डेथ वोटर से, फेक वोटर से। अभी वोटर लिस्ट में डेथ वोटर भी नहीं है, फेक वोटर भी नहीं है, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया भी नहीं है, रोहिंगा भी नहीं है। इसलिए ममता बनर्जी का जो कोर वोटर है वो 35,000 हो गया है, और जो सनातनी वोटर है वो 1,25,000 हो गया है। बेरोजगार नौजवान चाकरी की तलाश में है, बेटी बहन सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, व्यापारी सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जमीन की तलाश में है। सब मिला के सब दुखी है। एडुकेटेड राष्ट्रवादी मुसलमान भी इस बार बीजेपी को वोट करेगा। नंबर छोटा हो सकता है, वो भी करेगा। जो एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम को मानता है ना, जिसको वंदे मातरम बोलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता, और नंबर छोटा है लेकिन वो भी वोट करेगा।
सेकंड फेज में बम्पर वोटिंग को लेकर के लग रहा है आपको कि जो फर्स्ट फेज में हमने रिकॉर्ड टूटते देखा वो सेकंड फेज में भी होगा?
आने वाला 29 को ये रिकॉर्ड फिर तोड़ेगा। गांव का आदमी, नॉर्थ बंगाल का आदमी, मिदनापुर का आदमी 92.86 कर दिया। ये ऑल आर एडुकेटेड पीपल, कॉन्शियस पीपल। ये भी तैयारी, कंपटीशन होगा। गांव में ज़्यादा ना शहर में ज़्यादा। कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना कुछ बिहार आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना मिदनापुर आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना पुरुलिया आगे रहेगा। ये कंपटीशन वोटिंग होगा। सुबह सुबह सब मॉर्निंग वॉक कर लेगा, चाय ले लेगा, उसका बाद वोटिंग करेगा। पहले वोटदान, उसका बाद जलपान।
We're getting some updates coming in, viewers. 3,000 crude bombs have been found in West Bengal alone. Now, a PIL has filed on this. Big updates coming in. The PIL has been filed on this, on the law and order situation in the state, in the Calcutta High Court. A move follows a weekend of high tensions across many sensitive districts. And concerns have intensified following reports of nearly 3,000 crude bombs have been recovered from various locations across the state during pre-poll security sweeps ahead of phase 2 of elections. So big updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV on this matter. Calcutta High Court will be hearing the plea seeking intervention today. I repeat, Calcutta High Court will be hearing plea seeking intervention when it comes to the law and order situation in West Bengal today itself. We see that nearly 3,000 crude bombs have been recovered from different locations. And the petition has been moved by the advocate Subir Sanyal, who has requested an urgent hearing. The matter will be heard today. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined live by Harsha, who has been tracking the story very closely. Harsha, we understand, this is not a, it's a fact that the violence during elections in West Bengal are very common, and now 3,000 crude bombs have been found all across West Bengal. A PIL has been filed on this matter. What is the latest that we're learning of? Yes, Harsha.
So, Shivangi, the latest is the PIL will be heard by the Calcutta High Court. We're expecting the second half today only because it's listed for the urgent hearing, because the law and order situation in the state of West Bengal seems to be very tense as of now before the phase 2 of the assembly election, which is scheduled on 29th April. But before that, 3,000 crude bombs have been found during the raids which was being conducted as the confidence building measures by the forces, where the police observers and the police officials, also the CAPF officials, were together doing the raids at different places, and the 3,000 crude bombs have been discovered, during raid have been recovered from Shivangi, Habra region, Kolkata Port region, Nadia region, South 24 Parganas, North 24 Parganas, and also Purb Bardhaman as well, Jagdal police station, where the situation got escalated. The violence, that situation happened yesterday between TMC and the BJP candidate, and how the mob, which was the TMC inclined mob, they wanted to attack the BJP candidate from, who came to the police station to lodge an FIR, and also one of the CISF constable also got the injury in the leg. The situation is very tense, Shivangi, right now. The Calcutta High Court would be listening to this urgent hearing, the matter today only in the second half, but also what we have got to know is that the raids at several places are still underway. It's still underway because the officials of the Election Commission, they believe that more and more crude bombs, explosives and weapons could be found in different blocks in West Bengal, because the most miscreants, troublemakers, they want to ensure that the second phase doesn't go well. But before that, let me tell you that in the Jagdal, 4 people have been taken into custody, and in the last 36 hours, the raids which are conducted by the police officials, in that almost more than 1,500 troublemakers have been taken into custody.
Speaking of troublemakers, Harsha, hold on, we're getting more breaking news coming in. So like Harsha was mentioning, we see that Election Commission has said that around 1,000 plus troublemongers and troublemakers have been arrested since yesterday noon till today morning in the intensified CBM operations across West Bengal district. And we had the district-wise arrest numbers which are out. For that, I would like to go back to my colleague Harsha on that. Yes, over 1,500 have been arrested so far in various districts. Yes.
Yes, yes, Shivangi, and if you see the numbers, these are the places where the second phase of election, will happen on 29th of April. You see Nadia, Purb Bardhaman, Jagdal region, Barrackpur, Haldia, and also, we see the places from all these places, somewhere 349, somewhere 243, somewhere 49, somewhere more. So the numbers of the troublemakers is not, nowhere you will see it is 20 or 30. It is in fact more than that. So these are the troublemakers who have been taken in custody by the Bengal police. There was a raid which was conducted along with the para officers, and they have been arrested because some explosives and some crude bombs and the items were found during raid from their location. Also, police had got the intimidation that how they are continuously trying to ensure that there's unrest on 29th, and therefore they have already been taken into custody. Back to you.
Right, Harsha getting us all those top details coming in. Over 1,500 have been arrested. Election Commission has said this. Before I go ahead, Harsha, I also want to ask you a little bit more about the kind of measures the Election Commission is taking in just before the phase 2 of West Bengal polls. Unprecedented security measures have been put in place. Harsha, what is the unprecedented bit of the security measures which have been put in place?
More than 10,000 to 1 lakh security officials in the place, Shivangi, where the unrest could happen on 29th of April. The places where the minority population is huge in number. The places which have seen the history of violence in the past election as well. All these places, the securities have been doubled and tripled. And also in this phase, the para forces are deployed more than the first phase. So that's much bigger breaking update which we are getting in right now. The para forces forces much bigger and deployment much more stringent than the first phase. 2.5 to 3 lakh, para forces deployed in Nadia, Pur Bardhaman, Havda region, Hooghly region. So it also gives lot of understanding about the second phase of the election, that how the officers are planning that this particular phase 2 has to go without any intimidation, without any violence.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. So we can see that campaigning is ending today, and everything is set for the West Bengal election security vice. Republic has been speaking to various leaders, speaking to West Bengal's LOP, Suvendu Adhikari. Let's listen in.
जनता जाग चुका है, बम्पर वोटिंग होगा, 95% वोटर वोटिंग करेगा। पिछले टाइम तो मुसलमान वोट करता है, इस बार हिंदू वोट कर रहा है, पता चल जाएगा।
कल जगदल में भी बवाल हो गया। कल एक तरीके से जो टीएमसी के लोग हैं उन पे मारपीट का आरोप लगा, पूर्व सांसद को भी टारगेट किया गया, एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है।
पूरा टाइट कर दिया कल रात को, सबको उठा के बंद कर दिया जगदल में। इस बार इलेक्शन कमीशन और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स शांति के लिए और डेमोक्रेसी के लिए जो काम कर रहा है, ये काम होना चाहिए आने वाला दिन में भी। हमारी रिस्पेक्टेड अमित शाह जी ने बता दिया, जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है उसको हेल्प करने के लिए 2500 कंपनी सीआरपीएफ आने वाला 6 महीना भी रहेगा। 4 तारीख जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है तो पुलिस नहीं है, सिविक वॉलंटियर थाना चला रहा है। इसलिए अमित शाह जी 2500 कंपनी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स बंगाल में प्रोवाइड किया, आने वाला 6 महीना भी रखेगा। सब गुंडा को सीधा करने का काम आने वाला बीजेपी सरकार करेगा।
पिछली बार आप नंदीग्राम से चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, वहां पे आपने ममता दीदी को हरा दिया था। इस बार भवानीपुर सीट पर भी आपके लिए वही फाइट है, कैसा माहौल देख रहे हैं आप भवानीपुर सीट?
जनता जाग चुका है, फाइट कुछ नहीं है। 1,25,000 सनातनी वोटर्स है, 1 लाख पड़ जाएगा तो 90,000 कमल के निशान पर ही चला जाएगा। और ममता बनर्जी जीतता है डेथ वोटर से, फेक वोटर से। अभी वोटर लिस्ट में डेथ वोटर भी नहीं है, फेक वोटर भी नहीं है, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया भी नहीं है, रोहिंगा भी नहीं है। इसलिए ममता बनर्जी का जो कोर वोटर है वो 35,000 हो गया है, और जो सनातनी वोटर है वो 1,25,000 हो गया है। बेरोजगार नौजवान चाकरी की तलाश में है, बेटी बहन सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, व्यापारी सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जमीन की तलाश में है। सब मिला के सब दुखी है। एडुकेटेड राष्ट्रवादी मुसलमान भी इस बार बीजेपी को वोट करेगा। नंबर छोटा हो सकता है, वो भी करेगा। जो एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम को मानता है ना, जिसको वंदे मातरम बोलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता, और नंबर छोटा है लेकिन वो भी वोट करेगा।
सेकंड फेज में बम्पर वोटिंग को लेकर के लग रहा है आपको कि जो फर्स्ट फेज में हमने रिकॉर्ड टूटते देखा वो सेकंड फेज में भी होगा?
आने वाला 29 को ये रिकॉर्ड फेर तोड़ेगा। गांव का आदमी, नॉर्थ बंगाल का आदमी, मिदनापुर का आदमी 92.86 कर दिया। ये ऑल आर एडुकेटेड पीपल, कॉन्शियस पीपल। ये भी तैयारी, कंपटीशन होगा। गांव में ज़्यादा ना शहर में ज़्यादा। कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना कुछ बिहार आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना मिदनापुर आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना पुरुलिया आगे रहेगा। ये कंपटीशन वोटिंग होगा। सुबह सुबह सब मॉर्निंग वॉक कर लेगा, चाय ले लेगा, उसका बाद वोटिंग करेगा। पहले वोटदान, उसका बाद जलपान।
All right, viewers, taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live and breaking this Monday. One story we are tracking very closely is that the Rajya Sabha chairman has approved merger of 7 AAP MPs with the BJP. BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113. Aam Aadmi Party's reduces from 10 to 7. And back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Chande Bazaar area of KPK.
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Bengal bracing for a violent final phase of elections. Over 3,000 crude bombs recovered from Bengal ahead of the second phase.
बंगाल की जनता पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है.
Home Minister Amit Shah speaks exclusively to Republic during campaigning in Kolkata. Shah predicts BJP's clean sweep in West Bengal, says it is Tata goodbye for Mamta and TMC. Rajya Sabha chairperson approves merger of 7 AAP MPs with the BJP. In fact, BJP's Rajya Sabha tally now rises from 106 to 113, while AAP's reduces from 10 to just 3. Back-to-back attacks on Hafiz Saeed's aides. Sources now claim Lashkar KPK commander Sheikh Yusuf Afridi killed by unknown assailants in Jande Bazar area of KPK. Pak mediation fails yet again. Pakistan accused of failing to act neutral in the Iran-US talks. India and New Zealand to sign FTA today. Deals provides Indian exporters 100% duty-free access to New Zealand markets. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, starting first. Now, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, CP Radhakrishnan, on Monday officially accepted the merger of 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, this significantly goes on to alter the party's strength in the upper house. This follows the development that the BJP's strength in the Rajya Sabha has now increased from just 106 to a staggering 113, while the Aam Aadmi Party's tally has taken a sharp drop, falling from 10 to now just 3 members in the upper house as per the data. Now, this is also available on the Rajya Sabha website. These are the only 3 people, Sanjay Singh, ND Gupta and Balbir Singh, that remain in Aam Aadmi Party, and 7 MPs have defected along with Raghav Chadda, Swati Maliwal, Vikram Sane, Ashok Mittal, Sandeep Pathak, Harbhajan Singh and Rajinder Gupta. Now, the Rajya Sabha website reflects this shift as well, listing the 7 former AAP MPs as part of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, remember, the war of words continues. Just yesterday, in fact, AAP Sanjay Singh also filed a petition against the defection, alleging and asking for disqualification of the 7 MPs. But remember, Raghav Chadda defecting with 6 other MPs, including Ashok Mittal and Swati Maliwal, has taken away AAP's 2/3 majority in the Rajya Sabha, which also now shields the MPs who have merged with the BJP from the anti-defection law, which makes it clear that 2/3 of MPs can leave a party and merge with another party in case they do not align with their older party's vision anymore. In fact, listen into this.
जो भी संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है, उस व्यवस्था के अंतर्गत राज्यसभा के चेयरमैन ने रूलिंग दी है. प्रश्न ये उठता है कि लोग आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ करके क्यों जा रहे हैं, और ये 7 आदमी कोई नए नहीं है. इससे पहले एक लंबी फहरिस्त है उन लोगों की जो आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ करके गए. तो साफ दिखाई देता है कि जो मॉरल वैल्यूज़ और जिन सिद्धांतों को लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी सत्ता में आई थी, वो सारे सिद्धांतों की और मॉरल वैल्यूज़ की उन्होंने बलि दी। भ्रष्टाचार, अकर्मण्यता और लोगों की काम न करना, ये कारण बना जिसके कारण से लोगों का मुंह भंग हुआ और अब लगभग आम आदमी पार्टी प्राय समाप्ति की ओर है।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी ने यह भी कहा है कि वो एक कानूनी रुख अपनाएंगे इस पूरे फैसले को लेकर। क्या लगता है कि एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ इस पर लागू हो सकता है?
देश में लोकतंत्र है, हर व्यक्ति को कानून के अनुसार काम करने का हक है। उनका हक है वो जाएं, लेकिन न्याय व्यवस्था अपना काम करेगी और कानून बहुत स्पष्ट है इस मामले में, जिसका अनुसरण चेयरमैन साहब ने किया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो कहीं भी चले जाएं, अंततः उनको कुछ हासिल होने वाला नहीं है।
सर, आखिरी सवाल ये होगा कि क्या पंजाब विधानसभा चुनाव में बीजेपी को इसका फायदा देखने को मिलेगा?
देखिए, अभी तो शुरुआत है, देखिए क्या होता है। हमारी पार्टी का नेतृत्व किस प्रकार से इस सब पर नीति तय करता है, उसके बाद ही पता लगेगा। बड़ा प्रीमेच्योर प्रश्न है अभी।
Harsh, my colleague, joins us live from New Delhi. Harsh, speak to us about exactly the conversation that unfolded with Praveen Khandelwal. You know, he makes it clear once again at the heels of AAP filing for these 7 MPs and their disqualification, not just in the Rajya Sabha, but also with the President. Now, Khandelwal makes it clear that this cannot, in fact, come under the anti-defection law and that they will be shielded since 2/3 of members of the Aam Aadmi Party have moved with the BJP. Harsh.
Right, Gesu, now this comes as a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party because it earlier wrote to the chairman of the Rajya Sabha demanding suspension and termination of all of these 7 rebel Aam Aadmi Party MPs in Rajya Sabha. But now this comes as a big setback as the chairman of Rajya Sabha, CP Radhakrishnan, have in fact confirmed the merger. The merger comes as an official thing that now these 7 Aam Aadmi Party MPs have now completely shifted to Bharatiya Janata Party, and this comes as a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party as 2/3 of its Rajya Sabha MPs have in fact switched sides, and anti-defection law that the party was alleging that might have been put up by the party also, when they say, because they have decided to move this matter up in the court. But now this coming from CP Radhakrishnan as an official merger, when Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MPs count comes down from 10 to just 7, and Bharatiya Janata Party gains its position in Rajya Sabha, gaining almost 7 MPs in Rajya Sabha from 106 to now 130. And this comes as a big breaking news and a big setback for Aam Aadmi Party, because 7 of its MPs have now officially merged with the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that is exactly what Praveen Khandelwal, who is also a senior parliamentarian from Bharatiya Janata Party, has claimed that though it is Aam Aadmi Party's right to move to the court, but this has clearly mentioned, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha has clearly mentioned that this doesn't comply with the anti-defection policy as alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party.
Right, Harsh. Thanks very much for getting us that lowdown. In fact, viewers, my colleague Manav also had an exclusive conversation with AAP Sanjay Singh, who in fact filed for this very disqualification of Raghav Chadda and the 6 other MPs who've defected from the Aam Aadmi Party. Listen in to what the party has to allege.
अभी जो हमारे 7 सांसदों ने पत्र दिया है, मात्र उसका संज्ञान एक तरफा लेते हुए चेयरमैन साहब ने विलय को मंजूरी दी है। लेकिन 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक, संविधान की 10वीं अनुसूची के मुताबिक उनकी सदस्यता कैसे रद्द हो सकती है, इसकी याचिका मैंने दी है। उस याचिका पे अभी तक सुनवाई शुरू भी नहीं हुई है, तो इंतजार कीजिए, उसका फैसला आने दीजिए। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि चेयरमैन साहब लोकतंत्र और संविधान की रक्षा के लिए इन लोगों की सदस्यता रद्द करेंगे, क्योंकि ये कानून के मुताबिक, संविधान के मुताबिक पूरी तरह से गलत है कि आप पार्टी को तोड़ के किसी में विलय कर जाए। ये इसका कहीं कोई प्रावधान है ही नहीं है, संविधान में इसका दूर दूर तक कहीं प्रावधान नहीं है। तो इसलिए इनकी सदस्यता रद्द होगी और मुझे उस फैसले का इंतजार है। पहले सुनवाई शुरू हो हमारी याचिका पे।
मुझे याद है कि साल 2022 था, राघव चड्ढा ने एक प्राइवेट मेंबर जो बिल होता है, अगर मैं सही हूँ, वो लेकर आए थे और कहा था कि दल बदलू कानून को और कड़ा बनाया जाए, और वो कानून तो उनका विधेयक तो पास नहीं हुआ, लेकिन आज आपको नहीं लगता अगर वो पास हो जाता तो इनके खिलाफ और बेहतर तरीके से?
मैं राघव चड्ढा के उस विधेयक का समर्थन करता हूं। बिल्कुल और सख्त होना चाहिए कानून, और उस कानून के मुताबिक सबसे पहली कार्रवाई इन्हीं लोगों पे होनी चाहिए।
रिजू कह रहे हैं कि टुकड़े टुकड़े और इंडिया अलायंस को छोड़कर ये 7 सांसद बीजेपी में आ गए हैं, बहुत स्वागत हम इनका करते हैं, क्योंकि ये लोग बहुत अच्छा आचरण सदन में रखते हैं।
किरण रिजिजू क्या कहेंगे? उनको 7 सांसद बैठे बिठाए मिल रहे हैं, तो कुछ तो बोलेंगे ना। क्या बोलेंगे वो? और टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है जिसने मणिपुर का टुकड़ा टुकड़ा कर दिया? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है जिसने हिंदू मुसलमान में देश को बांटा? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है जो उत्तर और दक्षिण का झगड़ा करा रहे हैं डिलिमिटेशन के नाम पे? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग कौन है? टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग इस देश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी है।
ठीक है, आपके अगर फेवर में चीजें नहीं आती हैं राज्यसभा से, सचिवालय से, तो आप अगला रुख क्या होगा?
कार्रवाई करेंगे। न्यायालय जाने का ऑप्शन खुला हुआ है, वो विकल्प सामने है। लेकिन मैं फिर उम्मीद करता हूं कि चेयरमैन साहब संविधान और लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए अपना फैसला देंगे, और संविधान में ये पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है कि ये जो इस तरह से पार्टी को तोड़ना पूरी तरह गैर संवैधानिक है, 10वीं अनुसूची के बिल्कुल खिलाफ है, और इसके तहत इनकी सदस्यता रद्द होगी।
संजय जी, एक सवाल मैं और लेना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि राघव चड्ढा को हम अच्छे से जानते हैं, आप भी अच्छे से जानते हैं, क्योंकि जिन्होंने दिल्ली की राजनीति को देखा है वो जानते हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और राघव चड्ढा के संबंध क्या रहे हैं। संदीप पाठक इस आम आदमी पार्टी में क्या भूमिका रखते थे? मन में कोई बात तो आती होगी कि इतने करीबी साथी हैं, आज वो बीजेपी में जाकर बैठ गए।
तो उसका मूल्यांकन उनको भी तो करना चाहिए। जो लोग बीजेपी में जाके बैठे हैं, बीजेपी से ही हम लोग लड़े, बीजेपी ने ही हमारे नेताओं को पकड़ पकड़ के जेल में डाला, बीजेपी से ही हमारे कार्यकर्ता लाठी खाते हैं, बीजेपी से ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं पे मुकदमे लिखे जाते हैं, रोज अपमानित होते हैं। तो ऐसे दल के साथ आप जा रहे हैं, मिल रहे हैं, तो इससे कितनी बड़ी आपने उपलब्धि हासिल कर ली, और इसका क्या संदेश आपने समाज में दिया?
राघव चड्ढा ने एक वीडियो जारी किया है, सुबह कह रहे हैं कि दम घुट रहा था और कुछ सालों से ये पार्टी उस लाइन पर काम नहीं कर रही थी जिस पर करना चाहिए था, और लंबे समय से इंतजार था कि इस पार्टी को छोड़ दिया जाए।
तो अकेले छोड़ देते। उसमें ये दिमाग लगाना कि 7 सांसद तोड़ना है, उसमें ये दिमाग लगाना कि 7 सांसद मिलकर पार्टी को तोड़कर जाकर दूसरी जगह कुछ हासिल करना है, तो उसमें वो दम घुटने वाली बात कहाँ है? दम घुटने वाली बात तो ये होती है कि हमें दम घुट रहा है, हम छोड़ रहे हैं, हम जा रहे हैं, इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं। और जो इस पार्टी से संसद की सदस्यता मिली है, मुझसे त्यागपत्र दे रहे हैं। दम घुटने का तो मतलब ये होना चाहिए।
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to what's happening in West Bengal. This is a breaking news that comes in. Another incident of violence has been recorded in the poll-bound state. An attack took place during BJP candidate Prashanta Digar's campaign in Goghat area. Now, 15 BJP workers have been injured in the incident. That's the latest that we're picking up. Another incident of violence that comes in from the Goghat area in West Bengal as the state heads into the second phase of elections that's due on the 29th of April. Take a look at the visuals on your screens. The police, the security forces, the central forces trying to intervene as political workers are being heckled. Now, this happened against a BJP workers campaigning in the Goghat area. Prashanta Digar's campaign was hurled by goons in the Goghat area in West Bengal. Now 15 BJP workers have been reported to be injured in the incident that unfolded in the Goghat area in West Bengal. Another incident of violence in West Bengal. Remember, the first phase has largely been free of violence in terms of the trajectory that violence has had in West Bengal elections. elections, and all credit only goes to the deployment of the central forces, security forces and heavy police deployment. Remember, for the second phase, the ECI has now cracked its whip. Once again, they have increased the already record high deployment that's there in West Bengal to curb the violence. Even then, incidents are erupting. This one comes from Goghat area in West Bengal, where Prashanta Digar, a BJP candidate's campaign turned violent. At least 15 BJP workers have been injured in this incident. Now remember, just a few days back, Home Minister Amit Shah also warned that after the 4th of May, when the results are announced, he expressed confidence that there will be a saffron sweep in the state of West Bengal. And he said that every political violence, every political miscreant will be addressed starting the 5th of May. And here in West Bengal, another incident of violence has cropped up from the Goghat area. A BJP candidate, Prashanta Digar's campaign turned violent. Take a look at these visuals. People have been injured. At least 15 BJP workers are said to be injured as part of the violence that unfolded on the streets of the Goghat area. In fact, also being joined by my colleague Harsha, who has been tracking the polls, the elections and every development since the 23rd of April. Harsha, speak to us about the incident that unfolded in Goghat. 15 BJP workers have been injured. That's what we're learning in. How much truth does this hold?
Speculation. This happened today morning at around o'clock. And Gesu, this is the incident of the BJP candidate Prashant, who was campaigning as today is the last day of campaigning in West Bengal.
In fact, Harsha's audio seems to have some problems, but before we are being rejoined by my colleague Harsha, who is on ground zero, viewers, these are the visuals of another incident that unfolded in West Bengal. Violence has erupted once again, and this time around, this comes from the Goghat area in the poll-bound state. Now remember, Bengal is heading into the second phase of polling. That's on the 29th of April, just day after tomorrow. And another incident of violence has now come up. And this, in fact, the attack took place during BJP candidate Prashanta Digar's campaign in Goghat. And at least 15 BJP workers have been injured in the incident. Take a look at that. Stones are being pelted. Now, you can see people, you can see goons and political workers holding sticks and lathis and hurling other political workers out of that specific area. Remember, a constant clash that has been ongoing between the Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party in the political turf of West Bengal that goes to its second phase of polls on the 29th of April. Take a look at the visuals. Even security forces, even police forces, even as they try to intervene, it becomes a precarious situation in the streets of West Bengal. Harsha, in fact, continues being with us. Harsha, speak to us about the details of the matter. 15 BJP MPs have been injured. What are the details that you can get for us?
So for all of viewers to know, that's not the 15 BJP MPs, it's the 15 BJP Karyakartas who were during the campaign of the BJP candidate, Prashant from the Goghat. And this is the entire Arnab subdivision in the Hooghly region where this particular incident happened. The visuals are already on our screen, and today is a day full of news of the violence and the clashes and the recovery of the crude bombs, explosives from certain places. So it's just 2 days before the second day of the second phase polling, which is on 29th of April, and we see immense raids, the attacks on campaign, the TMC goons attacking BJP candidate, giving them a run, not letting them enter in their own constituency to campaign today. And since morning, this violent incidences are being reported, and the visuals are also on our screen. There's a Hooghly region in West Bengal where exactly is this constituency, assembly constituency Goghat, where the BJP candidate was campaigning for his campaign along with several BJP Karyakartas. At that time, this particular incident happened, and to tell all our viewers, Gesu, that this is a very sensitive and vulnerable area if we talk about the history of the violence which has occurred in this region as well. And therefore, it is continuously being stated that huge number of the CAPF para forces had to be deployed in huge numbers to prevent any sort of unrest situation here for the second phase of election, which is on 29th of April. And we already see that how the raids are already underway by the police officers. forces and para forces at different junctures and vantages, and the recovery of the crude bombs, 3,000 crude bombs, Kesu. And for the West Bengal people, this might be a very low number of 3,000 crude bombs, but we are talking about the elections. We are talking how TMC is desperate for the second phase, which is the stronghold of TMC, to not lose any seat, and how the pre-planning of violence is taking place in the state of West Bengal. And to prevent all those, the continuously the actions are being taken. And Gesu, today back-to-back two incidents happened. One on the Arnab MP Mitali Bagh, an attack did happen as she has alleged. And one side, the BJP candidate from Gaughat who was apparently attacked. 15 BJP workers attacked. They were injured. They were taken to the hospital. The images are from the hospital as well on our screen. Two back-to-back visuals, Gesu, you see, speak a lot and give a lot of sense about what's happening right now in the state of West Bengal. On one side, attack, and on the other side, the BJP workers who are taken to the nearby hospital to prevent any sort of major critical injuries. And these are the visuals we speak of West Bengal. As of 29th April, the state is going for second phase of rolling. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, we'll continue the conversation, but for now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Thanks very much for staying with us. On the other side, we also get you details on how Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Republic exclusively during his campaigning in Kolkata. Now, he predicts that BJP's clean sweep in Bengal will be seen this time around. He says that this is TMC's time up in Bengal this time around. We're getting you all the details on that and a lot more. In fact, on the other side also, India and New Zealand are all set to sign a free trade agreement today. The deal will provide Indian exporters about 100% duty-free access. We're talking about economic liberalization for India in the Western markets. Getting you all the details. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air war.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, India and New Zealand are all set to sign their free trade agreement, which has been in the making for decades now. And today, they are going to ink the pact down. In fact, we're looking at Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is going to be present at the stage in a short while from now, as well as the Trade Minister from New Zealand. Both of them are going to sign this free trade agreement. It's a major boost for the economic ties between the two countries. It is set to provide duty-free access to Indian exporters to New Zealand market. Now, it's a major milestone as far as India's string of FTAs that have been signed over the last one decade, and now we're looking at today both India as well as New Zealand will be inking this pact. In fact, you can see Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is already present there along with his New Zealand counterpart Todd McLeay. Both of them are going to sign this free trade agreement. It's a major boost for the countries which are looking to double their trade ties, in fact. And now on the stage, as you can see, a delegation from both the countries are present as they're all set to sign this free trade agreement between the two countries. Now you can see Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister, present with the Trade Minister of New Zealand, Todd McLeay, on the stage. Now let's also get you more details about how exactly this is going to benefit India as well as New Zealand. Now we're looking at over 8,000 Indian products that will get duty-free access to New Zealand markets as part of this FTA deal. There will be a temporary employment visa pathway also for Indian professionals as far as New Zealand is concerned. You're also looking at more opportunities are being opened for Indian exporters. About 1,600 visas will be issued annually for initial 3-year period. In fact, New Zealand will facilitate about $20 billion FDI into India over the next 15 years. So it's a crucial milestone, and the priority areas will include infrastructure, green energy, agricultural, as well as technology. So these are the key areas which are part of this deal, and the most favored nation deal across 139 services subsectors. So we will be focusing on 139 services as well in this deal, and the aim is to double the bilateral trade to about $5 billion within 5 years. Now that's the ambitious goal that has been set with this agreement. In fact, both the leaders from India as well as from New Zealand, Piyush Goyal and Todd McLeay, are all set to sign this agreement now. Now remember, negotiations for this agreement has been going on for quite some years now. And today in New Delhi, we're looking at the signing of this free trade agreement between India as well as New Zealand, a major pact to boost the economic ties between the two countries. In fact, getting you live visuals from FTA signing a ceremony on your screen from Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. It's a major milestone as far as India's economic ties are concerned with New Zealand. Indian exporters are essentially going to benefit from this pact. They will be getting duty-free access to New Zealand market. They have an ambitious goal of about $15 billion FDI coming into India in the next 15 years. Now, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor also joins me with more details on this. Abhishek, India has signed a string of free trade agreements over the past few years, and now this one with New Zealand also comes into being today with the signing ceremony underway right now. Put it into perspective for our viewers how crucial this is as far as India and New Zealand economic ties are concerned.
Well, first thing is that this is in line with the earlier FTAs that the government has signed, almost a dozen odd now, Ishita, and that really underscores the diligence with which the government is going after signing free trade agreements, which essentially translate into better business prospects for India's global trade and Indian businesses back home in terms of favorable duties. So, for example, in this particular instance, the average before the FTA stand at 10%, and most of them really come down to zero. That we have seen, for example, in the case of India. EU FTA also, in the case of the United States, is still a work in progress, but a framework has been agreed to. In fact, just a couple of days back, we had our team that had gone to DC to finalize the next stage of the India-US FTA. One defining feature, in fact, of India-New Zealand FTA, which is being signed in these pictures, is that the negotiation teams on both the sides were essentially led by women. There were almost all women teams from both India and New Zealand that were in the talks over the last 1 year. And we have seen the excitement of the Kiwis also for this FTA. It's a big thing for a very small economy like New Zealand to be signing an FTA which gives them reciprocal access for their products. It's a developed economy, but at the same time, it's agrarian economy. It's not an industrialized economy. For them to be getting access for their products into India and to get favorable duties. Similarly, for India to get favorable access. So in however small a market New Zealand is. And this is not just about market for goods, but it also includes services. So, for example, there is a clause in this FTA, Ishita, which is temporary employment entry visa for 5,000 Indians, by which youngsters would be able to go and work for about 1 year or 3 years, actually, for 1,000 days in sectors like IT and engineering and healthcare. And up to 3 years, they would be able to work on the work visa. So this arrangement of work visas for Indian youngsters in New Zealand, 5,000 professionals per year, that's going to be a showcase one. So as I said, this is not just about products. This is about services. This is about mobility. This is about Indian human capital moving freely. So I think this is a significant development in the overall move that India has made to make sure that these FTAs are signed with more and more economies.
Right, Abhishek. First, a women-led FTA that India has signed, the one that goes beyond goods to include services, mobility as well as investment. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us and putting all these developments into perspective for our viewers. Now, viewers are moving on into another breaking news we're getting from the election-bound state. Now, in connection with the attack on Mithali Bagh, Member of Parliament from Arnab, strict action is now expected within the next 5 hours. Election Commission of India has now directed that an FIR be registered in this matter. Sources indicate that stringent action will be taken against those involved. Trinamool Congress earlier alleged that BJP workers attacked one of their leaders during a campaign trail in Bengal. Trinamool's Mithali Bagh alleged that her car was attacked by BJP workers backed by MLA Sushanta Ghosh. Now, this incident occurred amidst the ongoing fervor of the elections in West Bengal. Now, in fact, we are looking at some action now being taken in the next 5 hours as far as this attack is concerned on Mithali Bagh. In fact, Election Commission has directed for an FIR to be lodged in this case, and we could be expecting some strict action in the next 5 hours. All right, viewers, we're looking at some major action, in fact, taking place in West Bengal ahead of phase 2 that's set to take place on April 29th. You can see on your screen how Mithali Bagh's car, in fact, was attacked. She alleges it was the BJP workers which shattered, in fact, the window pane of her car and attacked her convoy. Now, Election Commission has issued strict action regarding an FIR to be lodged in this case. My colleague Harsha has been very closely tracking this story, now joins me. Harsha, break it down for us. So what exactly the Election Commission has said on this attack that took place on Mithali Bagh's car, and what could we expect in the next 5 hours?
So Mithali Bagh is a member of the parliament, and today morning only the attack took place on Mithali Bagh and her cavalcade. She clearly stated that that was an attack which was pre-planned, and Election Commission has clearly stated that the stringent action will be taken against those who are responsible for this, and therefore FIR now has been launched after the instruction from the Election Commission of India that FIR should immediately be lodged and the miscreants should be taken into custody, and they should be, and charges should be levied on them. Exactly why and how did this entire incident transpire? Mithali Bagh is safe. She didn't get any injuries, but yes, her entire cavalcade was affected. There was an attempt to hurt her also, and also cause a disruption on her entire campaign when she was campaigning for the candidate, and that time her vehicle was attacked and she was saved by the people who she was around with. But yes, at that particular time the police was not registering any case, but now what we have have learned is that the Election Commission of India has taken the cognizance of this entire incident of the Arnab, and yes, now the FIR has been registered, and those responsible have now are, the police is raiding several locations to take those into custody and file charges on them. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, do continue to stay with us. We'll get you more updates. Right now, All India Trinamool Congress, in fact, has reacted to this incident. The party now says that BJP has gone completely rogue. It added that the fear of imminent defeat has driven them past the point of political strategy and straight into outright violence and hooliganism. In fact, they go on to say our MP, Mithali Bag's car was brutally vandalized. The windshield was smashed to smithereens. A sitting elected representative from a scheduled caste community targeted with cowardly violence by BJP's lumpen elements. Now that's the statement, a strongly worded statement coming in from TMC regarding this attack. Harsha, coming back to you on this now, TMC has called it out. It is saying that this is BJP's hooliganism, which is now outrightly visible.
So, this is the war of words which now has escalated between BJP and TMC. On one side, there are the TMC goons who are attacking the BJP candidate during their campaigns, not just today. We are continuously seeing this from the first phase till second phase. Today, the campaigning for the second phase will halt, and the elections are on 29, the last phase of election in West Bengal. But the attacks which has mounted on the BJP candidate also is one of the allegations leveled by the BJP. But on the other side, TMC states that this is not the TMC. This is the cadre of the BJP who are creating unrest, and also the hooliganism they have leveled to the, they have stooped Sulu. This is the TMC leaders, attack on the BJP. Now the war of words is coming out between both the party. On one side, on the other, we see that she is denying that the attacks which are happening on the BJP candidate, it is not by TMC. On the other side, the FIR which has been registered in several cases where the TMC councillor is also named in one of the SIR clearly states that what is the situation in West Bengal, how the TMC goons are continuously on ground creating unrest. Therefore, there are several troublemongers who have already been taken into custody so as no unrest take place. So we see the attacks from both the party on each other, as today is the last day of the campaign in West Bengal. Back to you.
Right, of course. Harsha, do continue to stay with us. We'll come back to you. Right now, we're cutting across the two live visuals. We're getting from the election down the state. All right, viewers, we're looking at Prime Minister Modi holding a mega rally in Bengal ahead of the phase 2 of elections. Now, remember, today is the last day for campaigning, so all the players are going in for their final push before the second phase of election in West Bengal, which is said to be a make-or-break phase. And now we're looking at Prime Minister Modi, in fact, holding a mega rally. All right, we're getting you live visuals from on ground in West Bengal, where today is the last day of campaigning. And right now on your screen, you can see Prime Minister Modi's final push ahead of the second phase of election as he tries to engage with voters on ground, tries to mobilize his base before the second phase of election. Now, remember, the second phase is a crucial phase. It is the Kolkata presidency region, the Bhadralok region that will be voting in this phase, a region that has traditionally lined with the TMC. So, of course, it is BJP's aim to make inroads into these areas. And we are now looking at the final push by the BJP, by Prime Minister himself, to mobilize BJP's vote bank ahead of the elections in West Bengal. Now, remember, today is the last day of campaigning before the second phase of elections, which is on April 29th. This is when 142 seats will be voting in the final phase of elections. And ahead of that, we are looking at both the political players, the TMC as well as the BJP, going in for their final push. And right now, getting you live visuals from Prime Minister Modi's mega rally, where he's trying to engage with voters on the ground. You can see how voters are lined up on both the sides of the street to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, who can be seen waving at his supporters. In fact, remember, for the past 1 week, we have seen all the top stalwarts, all the top leaders, from Prime Minister to Home Minister, pushing in, going all out on the campaign trail ahead of the phase 2 of elections. And right now, also on the last day of campaigning, this is BJP's final push before the second phase, before the 142 crucial seats go to vote on April 29th. And these are live visuals on your screen showing you Prime Minister Modi's mega rally currently underway in Barrackpur. This is West Bengal. Now, viewers, remember, we are looking at a very decisive phase, the crucial phase of elections, which is the final phase as well. This is where the Bhadralok region will be going to vote, a region that has traditionally aligned with the TMC. So it is going to be a difficult task for BJP to make inroads into this area, to breach TMC's bastion, in fact. And right now, Prime Minister Modi pushing it, giving his final push, in fact, ahead of the final phase of elections in the state. In fact, on your screen, you can see BJP's final push as the Home Minister holds a rally in Kolkata, while the Prime Minister is holding a roadshow in Barrackpur. Both of them, in fact, going all out on the campaign trail, as today is the day where the campaigning ends in the West Bengal before the second phase, the decisive phase, goes to vote. Now, remember, in the second phase, 142 seats are going to polls, and this comes after there was a massive, record turnout witnessed in the first phase, over 93% turnout. So all eyes are now on the second phase. Will it follow suit as far as a record turnout is concerned? And whose way will it go? Will it go Mamata way, or will it go BJP's way? That will be answered, of course, on 4th of May. But before that, you can see on ground campaigning intensifying on the last day of elections, as from Prime Minister to Home Minister, all are out on the streets, hitting the campaign trail, trying to mobilize their vote bank ahead of the crucial second phase of election in West Bengal. Now, on your screen, viewers, we're getting you live visuals from Barrackpur. This is where Prime Minister Modi is holding a rally, as well as from Kolkata. This is where Home Minister Amit Shah is on ground, trying to mobilize their vote bank for BJP ahead of the crucial second phase of election. This is when April 29th, the Bhadralok region goes to vote. 142 seats will be voting in this decisive phase of election on April 29th. And today, as the campaigning will come to an end, right now on your screen, you can see BJP's final attempt in Bengal to mobilize their vote base. In fact, we have seen for the past few weeks, all the top leaders of the BJP, whether it's Prime Minister himself, whether it's Home Minister, whether it's a leader of opposition, Subhendu Adhikari, and even Smriti Irani, all the star campaigners have been on the streets trying to mobilize their vote bank, attacking TMC on several issues, including development, infiltration, the syndicate Raj. And now, Prime Minister making his final push ahead of the elections in Barrackpur, as you can see on your screen. Earlier, he also addressed a rally, giving out several promises of how, if BJP comes to power, there will be several police stations set up for women. There will be more inclusion of women in the police force. Central schemes will be implemented, and they will wipe out infiltrators. Those are some crucial promises that BJP has made in this election. It's a high-stakes election for both BJP as well as the TMC. TMC aiming to retain her ground in the state, while BJP wants to make inroads. So, of course, we'll have to see what happens on 4th of May. This is when the results come in. Republic will be live, getting you all the updates with our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami. But before that, we are looking at the final campaign push by BJP in West Bengal ahead of the second phase of election. Right now, Prime Minister Modi holding a mega road show along with Home Minister in Kolkata as well. Now, remember, this also comes up before the second phase. All right, my colleague Komal also gets you a ground report in an exclusive conversation with Home Minister Amit Shah on the elections in West Bengal. Take a listen.
बचा है पूरा ढह चुका है। मैं एयरपोर्ट से निकला तब से लेकर अब तक रोड पर लोगों को खड़े रहने की जगह नहीं है। बहुत बड़ा जन समर्थन, बहुत।
लोगों के साथ वो में यही है कि इस बार तो परिवर्तन करेंगे।
जी, लोग परिवर्तन चाहते हैं। लोग नहीं चाहते कि अभिषेक बनर्जी इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री बने।
सर, इसके साथ ही अगर बात करें तो सर जगत दल से क्रूड बम जो है वो मिला है। टीएमसी के कार्यकर्ता लगातार हिंसा फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
शायद बंगाल से नहीं है, बंगाल से है, इसीलिए यहाँ के पत्रकारों को पूछे, अब तक तो 25-50 लोग मारे जाते थे। तो बहुत शांतिपूर्वक चुनाव हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
इसके साथ ही आखिरी सवाल बात करें, सर ममता बनर्जी ने अरविंद केजरीवाल और सर तेजस्वी यादव को भी मैदान में उतारा है, कैसे देख रहे हैं? कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा सर? और दूसरे चरण के मतदान के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे आप?
वो तो प्रचार तो तेजस्वी जी ने करना चाहिए, मगर ये सारे लोग अपने अपने राज्य में चुनाव हार चुके।
दूसरे चरण के चुनाव के लिए संदेश क्या दें?
अभी से दूसरे चरण में देखिए, महिला सुरक्षा, घुसपैठ और बंगाल में औद्योगिकरण और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट, ये मुद्दों पर चुनाव होने जा रहा है। बंगाल की जनता, पहला चरण हो या दूसरा चरण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्वागत करती है।
जनता जाग चुका है। बम्पर वोटिंग होगा, 95% वोटर वोटिंग करेगा। पिछले टाइम तो मुसलमान वोट करता है, इस बार हिंदू वोट कर रहा है। पता चल जाएगा।
कल जगदल में भी बवाल हो गया। कल एक तरीके से जो टीएमसी के लोग हैं उन पे मारपीट का आरोप लगा, पूर्व सांसद को भी टारगेट किया गया। एक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी चल रही है।
पूरा टाइट कर दिया कल रात को, सबको उठा के बंद कर दिया जगदल में। इस बार इलेक्शन कमीशन और सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स शांति के लिए और डेमोक्रेसी के लिए जो काम कर रहा है, ये काम होना चाहिए आने वाला दिन में भी। हमारी रिस्पेक्टेड अमित शाह जी ने बता दिया, जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है उसको हेल्प करने के लिए 2500 कंपनी सीआरपीएफ आने वाला 6 महीना भी रहेगा। 4 तारीख जो बीजेपी सरकार आ रहा है तो पुलिस नहीं है, सिविक वॉलंटियर थाना चला रहा है। इसलिए अमित शाह जी 2500 कंपनी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स बंगाल में प्रोवाइड किया, आने वाला 6 महीना भी रखेगा। सब गुंडा को सीधा करने का काम आने वाला बीजेपी सरकार करेगा।
पिछली बार आप नंदीग्राम से चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, वहां पे आपने ममता दीदी को हरा दिया था। इस बार भवानीपुर सीट पर भी आपके लिए वही फाइट है, कैसा माहौल देख रहे हैं आप? भवानीपुर सीट
जनता जाग चुका है, फाइट कुछ नहीं है। 1,25,000 सनातनी वोटर्स है, 1 लाख पड़ जाएगा तो 90,000 कमल के निशान पर ही चला जाएगा। और ममता बनर्जी जीतता है डेथ वोटर से, फेक वोटर से। अभी वोटर लिस्ट में डेथ वोटर भी नहीं है, फेक वोटर भी नहीं है, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया भी नहीं है, रोहिंगा भी नहीं है। इसलिए ममता बनर्जी का जो कोर वोटर है वो 35,000 हो गया है, और जो सनातनी वोटर है वो 1,25,000 हो गया है। बेरोजगार नौजवान चाकरी की तलाश में है, बेटी बहन सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, व्यापारी सुरक्षा की तलाश में है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट जमीन की तलाश में है। सब मिला के सब दुखी है। एडुकेटेड राष्ट्रवादी मुसलमान भी इस बार बीजेपी को वोट करेगा। नंबर छोटा हो सकता है, वो भी करेगा। जो एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम को मानता है ना, जिसको वंदे मातरम बोलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होता, और नंबर छोटा है लेकिन वो भी वोट करेगा।
सेकंड फेज में बम्पर वोटिंग को लेकर के लग रहा है आपको कि जो फर्स्ट फेज में हमने रिकॉर्ड टूटते देखा वो सेकंड फेज में भी होगा?
आने वाला 29 को ये रिकॉर्ड फेर तोड़ेगा। गांव का आदमी, नॉर्थ बंगाल का आदमी, मिदनापुर का आदमी 92.86 कर दिया। ये ऑल आर एडुकेटेड पीपल, कॉन्शियस पीपल। ये भी तैयारी, कंपटीशन होगा। गांव में ज्यादा ना शहर में ज्यादा। कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना कुछ बिहार आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना बिंडापुर आगे रहेगा, कलकत्ता आगे रहेगा ना पुरुलिया आगे रहेगा। एक कंपटीशन वोटिंग होगा, सुबह सुबह सब मॉर्निंग वॉक कर लेगा, चाय ले लेगा, उसका बाद वोटिंग करेगा, पहले वोट दान उसका बाद जलपान।